Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern.
Attention, BRN affiliates. Showtime in 90 seconds. Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Full head of hair and feels like an 18-year-old.
Yeah, juicy vagina that's tighter, wetter, better.
I feel like I'm cheating on my wife with this new bitch. She's got hair and a tight vagina. That's completely I mean, my wife was bald and was flapped in the wind.
Wow. Yeah, she's juicy, puffy, and full of hair.
Yeah, now she's full head of hair and her vagina is, tight as an 18-year-old.
You said juicy, puffy, and full of hair?
Yeah, it's like a real ripe plum.
Wow.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Monday, July 29, 2024, the Bubba the Love Sponge show. Hello. Welcome. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm feeling like I'm feeling rough. It's been a really, very, very, very rough weekend for me and my family. And I'll get into all that here maybe now. I don't know. Maybe a little bit later. But I just wish I had like Dan, an inflatable Dan that I could just get out of my pocket and blow him up, and then there's Dan. Because you just sometimes
Pocket Dan.
I wish I had a pocket Dan, because I can have a doctor that I'm talking to, and then I can call Dan on the phone, but it's just not as effective as Dan being there, because Dan's whole package screams of swagger, and he's a 30-year veteran of a doctor. He's aged very gracefully. Like, Dan, you don't look your age. You look 10 years younger, but your age adds to your experience. And although, and what pisses me off more than anything is I've had some doctor situations where I have said, well, my doctor, Dr. Dan Diaco, says A, B, and C. And most of the time there's a lot of respect, but on some of these younger residents and some of these younger doctors, the first thing they blurt out, and I know if you were there, you might punch him in the face because you probably have actually gone to school longer than they have. They say, and you know what I'm going to say, he's just a plastic surgeon. You're going to take a plastic surgeon's advice over a pulmonologist or whatever? And I'm like, yeah, I probably might because he's, because he's probably the smartest doctor that I know, and it's just not about putting boobs and doing liposuction. He's pretty well rounded. And so anyway, I didn't have one of those this weekend, but I almost did. And it's just amazing how doctors at the hospital have such a God complex.
I know, and they're such a-holes too.
And they know that your complete world is contingent upon what they say.
Yep.
Like,
you're a slave to them.
I had a situation this weekend where the doctor called for something, and the nurse, boots on the ground, nurse practitioner, boots on the ground, said, I don't, who does it and has probably seen more instances than this guy. She's like 39, 40. She's a nurse practitioner. I think she was the lead nurse on the floor, Dan. Mm-hmm. Like she was the
40-year-old nurse knows her stuff. Or should.
She's 40, 41. She just, and like she's the head nurse. And she's, after he left, she's like, I'm not trying to be disrespectful to him, but I don't agree with that.
Yeah, Mr. I Know It All.
Yeah, Mr.
Doctor I Know It All.
Comes in, looks at the chart, makes a few adjustments, then leaves. That guy.
Then the next guy comes in and shifts it back the other way.
Yeah, the next guy comes in. Hold on. So that guy was pretty cool. The next guy comes in, and he completely unravels the whole situation and makes, the patient worse.
It's like playing chess with three people. You know what I mean? Like taking turns. Like every couple hours, like the person switches over to somebody else. And
now, do the doctors talk? Because
supposed to.
I feel as if mine didn't.
They're supposed to.
I feel like mine are like the SWAT team for the Trump assassination, the local SWAT team for the Trump assassination, who has now gone on record, and I got video of it, and I'll play it, of the local SWAT team and the local municipalities that were hired to, when the Secret Service comes in, they may have 30 agents, but they'll hire 60 agents from the sheriff's department, the local PD. They hire, a bunch of guys off duty, usually the local SWAT team who knows the area real well, just a lot of motorcycle cops for the escort in. And they're saying now that the local Butler, Pennsylvania, local municipality and county police that were higher on, to protect Trump, they never had a meeting with the Secret Service. Now, how in the hell does that happen?
Well, when you have, pure ineptitude running the service, it happens. When you have people that have no business being there and don't care about Trump running the service, then you have, just massive, just unconscionable pitfalls like this.
Just like my guy that has 30 plus years in the Secret Service, the minute it happens, I start screaming, inside job. And he's like, before you do that, please know that, because he was speaking to people that were there. He still has friends that, are on that detail. And he's like, that detail got 7 agents pulled off, 5 hours prior because Kamala and Jill Biden were traveling, just threw a traveling notice in there last minute. And he's like, this isn't, an inside job, although I still think it might be. Until, and I've been watching some of the congressional hearings, until they can definitively tell me how many shell casings were on the roof, then that goes from it being a lone shooter to obviously there might be more people involved, and the more people involved screams inside job.
Right.
I think.
Well, don't all the holes scream inside job too? Because, if you remember when Kennedy got shot, there were a lot of holes in his protection. And it was almost like they were blatantly left there purposefully to be, to have an opportunity for someone to do something bad.
Well,
my
guy says that those holes were just from being way, way understaffed, about 30% understaffed and about the last 3 years of DEI hires have brought what might look like an inside job, which was really just ineptness. Did I use that correctly?
Ineptitude.
Is ineptitude, and being down 7 agents, DEI hires, having rookie guys on, rookie women on. It was a perfect storm of people not having a meeting before. Again, if they would just tell us how many shell casings.
The FBI director Ray came out when he was on there, and he said they found 8 shells.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
All
the
right.
FBI has come out now and said there was 8 shells.
See, I didn't see that part. Hey, if you can if they have that excerpt, if you can find it, but if you can't, whatever. So
Well,
okay,
there's only video
All
of them finding 5.
Okay, well,
I'm just saying what he said. What they're saying he said on.
He's the FBI director too, and he didn't want to lose his job.
Yeah.
So anyway, I got a lot to talk about. Here's I'll just go ahead and get into it and get it over with. Erica's mom had a COVID rebound, and she was treated for COVID like last week of June, and was it like so bad that she had to go to the hospital and put on oxygen, and it was like really, really bad. She had double pneumonia, COVID, and well, Dan, you were part of it in the early stages of it, and so they got her. They started to go remdesivir, and Dan says, "Nope, we're not doing that." So they picked another drug. They would not. And Dan didn't have privileges there. They would not, upon Dan's recommendation, via Erica, they would not do Dan's concoction of ivermectin. They would not do your concoction. Of course they're not.
They did do the steroid nebulizers, and they did put it on azithromycin, but they wouldn't do the ivermectin.
Right.
Eric Rogan 20.
Thank you so much. So this is about a month ago, and she's in the hospital about a week, and they say she's all better and everything, and they do chest x-rays and lung x-rays and all this kind of stuff, and they say she's better. They send her home, and she's on oxygen at that point, and checking her oxygen levels. And at one time, Dan, when it was really touch and go, her oxygen level got to 77.
Yeah, I know.
And
Dip below 80. That's scary.
Is that bad?
Yeah, because you can go to arrhythmias that way, and so your pH goes down, and your heart starts going into bad rhythms. You can die very easily.
So she comes home. She has oxygen. She's doing great. She goes to her primary physician, and he says, "Hey, you check out all good. You can start just, being normal, but take it easy. Like if you go to Walmart or something like that, like take the Lark gimmick." And she always had like a can of, have you seen these little oxygen bottles now that they make? They're really teeny tiny, and they can put them over your shoulder. Mm-hmm. So she had to be on oxygen, and she went to Walmart one time. This is where I flipped out, because she went to Walmart, and she'd been, cabin fever. She'd been between the hospital and her house. She'd been in like a month or 3 weeks.
That would drive you crazy.
So her beautiful husband Carlos, Cocaine Carlos, love me.
Yeah.
Says, "Hey, let's go to Walmart." Which I yelled at him. I said, Carlos, of all places to take her, the absolute human petri dish of whiz-ite trizash. I mean, Walmart may look clean, and I'm sure it is, to an extent, but the dredge of society. I don't know if I said that all right. I mean, not
the humanity.
The humanity that walks in Walmart is far different than that's walking in the Louis Vuitton store at International Mall. Not that I need to be hanging out with the Louis Vuitton. You know what? The analogy I will use: Publix. Now, to me, Publix seems clean, very clean. Like they keep Publix very clean. Like Publix, I think for having a lot of people roll through there, they do a good job on keeping things cleaner than Walmart.
Uncle Eric, $100,
Yes.
cash up.
Dan, you can't even say yes because you've never been in a Walmart.
I've been in a Walmart before. It scares me. I mean, I really look at the toes. You look at the toes at Louis Vuitton, and they're all nice. And you look at the toes at Target, and they're pretty nice. You look at the toes at Walmart, and you got,
You got
dirt.
snaggle.
Dirt and snaggle.
I never really knew. That's kind of interesting. Size people up by their if they
all day long.
have if they have an open, a slide or a sandal.
Which every girl in Florida almost does.
Let me start sizing people up by their feet.
Yeah, their toenails.
Why do nasty beasts that go to Walmart have nasty feet?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
You could see them.
Oh, nothing's
They
worse.
climb trees with them.
Nothing's worse than 7-Eleven feet.
Oh my God! It's not just the bottom; it's also like the toes.
How can there's actually people that just run around, not necessarily the best of people, but there's actually people that roll around barefoot.
Oh, I know. And up in Jersey, there's this place that we go get our smoothies at, and it's next to a surf shop. And there was this really cute girl there, tall, thin, pretty. And she walks around barefoot all day, and her feet are black at the bottom. It's so gross.
Yeah, you literally could exfoliate. You can't even, I don't think you can even exfoliate the blackness. It's so ground in.
I know, it gets ground in. It's like, like a boat captain's foot. It's gnarly.
Yeah. So anyway, man, there's people that roll around. Like I've seen people pull up that's why I call it 7-Eleven feet. I've seen people, ladies, it's usually, for some reason, it seems to be ladies more than men. I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't know why either, but it is. It tends to be chicks.
I've seen a woman pull up to 7-Eleven, not driving the nicest car, get out, walk into 7-Eleven, buy a pack of cigarettes and like a Red Bull or something, Lummy, and they're completely barefoot. Like completely barefoot. Like, man, I got such tender feet. This is just the little rocks and little things like that. I mean, if you've not toughened up your feet, they call you a tenderfoot. I mean, remember back in the day, like that was kind of a bad name. If you got called a tenderfoot, then it was like calling you a pussy.
Yep.
I'm
proudly a tenderfoot now.
I can guarantee you, from Seth to Rhett to even Macho Man. Macho Man, I know you're all tough and all, but I bet you got little tender feet on you.
Didn't Drew call your listeners dirtfoot morons and you made some shirts out of them?
We still have the bumper sticker on the entrance to the school to the thing. Yeah, I don't know why Drew did that.
That did well though, didn't it?
Well, yeah, but it was also mean-spirited.
Well, I know. I was just talking about dirty feet. I'm saying that your listeners have been unfairly, categorized as, dirty feet people
by a guy that you hold very high esteem. And hold on.
I didn't give him the line, Bubba.
You sure you didn't pass a post-it note when you guys were the topic and said, you mean dirtfoot morons?
No,
and then you let him deliver the high spot?
I stayed out of the stuff between you and him.
And I don't even know why. I mean, I just know corporately because personally, Drew and I never had a problem. In fact, I hired him to work for Radio IO before he didn't know if he could ask Keith Lawless. And, it was actually standing about where you are right now. Keith Lawless came over and told me about this was in April of, I think this was 2011 or 2012. And they were getting ready to turn on the Bone. The Bone actually became an all FM talk on my birthday, April 23rd, I think 2012. Yeah, that's when it was, April 23rd, 2012. Or April 22nd or something like that. But Keith comes to me and says, we're not going to start this all FM talk station until I got mornings locked down for 5 years. So him and Tom went back and forth, and I signed a 5-year deal. And then he asked me, he goes, we're going to put Cowhead. Well, they asked me, what do you think about Cowhead? He's playing 8 records an hour right now. And I said, listen, I don't want to cost a guy his job. Even though him and I don't have a good history, I don't care. I don't care. And Jay O'Connell and Keith Lawless would both, when I got there in 2008, they asked me that. So in 12, they asked me it again, and I said, yeah, I don't care. So they asked me, who do you think about middays? What are you thinking? And I swear to God, I swear on my son's life, not that that means anything, because he hates me, but I said, there's this guy that's been doing some part-time stuff for me on Radio IO, Radio IO. I said his name is Drew Garabo. He's from 104.1 in Orlando, and he did really well at night there, and he's pretty damn good. And so Keith Lawless listened to one of his shows on Radio IO and hired him. Now, I don't know if that's the story he tells. I think he knows that's the truth. And I think he's since, because him and I don't got any more heat, I think that he has since come back and said, you may know more than me, Seth, but I think he has since come back and said something to that tune, I think.
I don't. I'm not 100% sure. I know that there was a couple of people that were pushing for him to get back into radio.
Well, he goes with the Billy Madison story, but Billy Madison didn't put him on the air from Orlando, and he concocted this Billy Madison story when there was a corporate say as many bad things about Bubba as you can while he still works there. Did you work there at that time?
Yeah, I worked there the whole time.
Was there a screw Bubba, go ahead and talk all the crap you want about him?
Yeah, he got a $1,000 bonus if he didn't talk about you for like a month.
Really?
Yeah, because one day when he was telling me when he was walking out of there, I was like, this guy got paid $1,000 to not talk about somebody?
Right.
I got to get out of here.
Dan, think about that. They paid their talent $1,000 a month to not promote their morning man.
Oh.
And to be mean to him and talk smack about him. I mean, that would be some kind of loss.
Actionable. Yeah, it's almost actionable. It's unbelievable they would submarine their own.
Statute of limitations, though. Well, they would submarine their own deal because they were told and they were shown Mike Calta had a Bubba's wife screws Hogan sex tape, and it was circulating around.
Did you have performance bonuses in that contract?
Oh, huge.
So if they had performance bonuses and they were actively trying to prevent you from achieving those, then yes, that arguably would be actionable in a court.
Yeah, well, not within.
It's too late now.
Not 10 years ago.
No.
And so they, the reason why they were doing it because they knew when they had, my contract expired on January 1st, 2015. But they misread my contract. They're so stupid. What they don't realize is if they were going to terminate me, my non-compete only worked if, what they didn't realize is if I was given another offer and they couldn't match it, then my non-compete did not take into effect.
Gotcha.
So if they wanted me to stay off the air for 6 months. They thought I had a 6-month non-compete. I don't think I've ever told this story. They think Cox, when they, Cowhead gave them the sex tape, they circulated it around management, and they're like, we got to get rid of this guy. This guy's a scumbag. We can't have a guy that did that act as our morning man. Plus, he's over in his own building. He thinks he's all that. He's hard to work with. All the stuff they were saying about me. You didn't care about us. We need to stay together as a team, blah, blah, blah. And so, because when they think that I'm the bad guy. But what they don't realize is the guy that actually leaked the tape was the person they promoted. So in September of 2014, they think all they have left is 3 months left on my deal. So they just buy me out. They get a hold of me the Friday before Labor Day and said, hey, you're fired. We're not, we're making a new change. Calta's going to be on mornings, and you can't, start working until July 1st. And Tom Bean goes, oh, really? Well, why don't you check section 5, subsection C, A and B that says we have the right to go to market and get a contract, and as long as we show you the contract. Then and you have the right to match for any amount of time you'd like to keep us off the air or pack sand. And so they sent it up to Atlanta, and the lawyer read it, and I think Lawless or whoever had signed the deal got in big trouble because they're like, Bubba can go on January 1 unless we pay him to stay off. So they thought they were going to give Calta like a from September to July. 9 months head start on me. And they didn't realize all they really did was give them a 3-month head start. And, so that was the beginning of the end for that deal. And I know, Seth, that I think I was portrayed as a complete asshole, selfish, non-team player, all the things that they said about me.
All the things they're saying about Mike Calta now.
Oh, oddly enough.
They're saying that about Calta now?
No, they've been saying it for like the last 5 years.
Well, one thing that got used against me is I had my own studios. Well, guess what now? He has his own studios. He does his show from his studios. That's one thing, I think Seth will attest, that's one thing that they used when they were getting rid of me. That's one thing that was one of their major points.
Yes.
He has his own studios. He doesn't even come to the building. Well, I mean, if you guys wanted me to go to the building, just tell me. I'll come. Oh, whatever. So, and I think everybody hated me, and I think everybody hates him now.
Do they?
I don't know. Seth would know. I think so. I think there's a big division amongst over there, who people like and who people don't like.
I mean, I'm not really. I know everybody does not like Calta. I mean, it's just confirmed to me almost every other day. But I mean, that's
because there's like 3 sets of rules. Like he's above everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, he can hit Erica right in the face, take her phone, delete videos, and have her sent outside to sit on a curb, and then 6 minutes later have a guy that's a felon bring it back, who's a Cox promotion guy, bring it back to her, and that's legal.
He's like the Hunter Biden of radio, man. He just can't get in trouble.
He can't. He's untouchable.
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't. I don't know why. I don't know if it's his connection to the DeBart. I think it's his connection to the DeBartolos.
Oh,
and it's just sad that a guy can get a pass for all the things that he's done and continue to be rewarded. But Seth, not the good. Even the people in this building hate him.
Yes.
And so it's not like he's got all of the building back there saying, no man, he's a great guy. We love him. He's like our guy. Like, please don't say anything. No, we like him. He's good. He's a good dude. No, they hate him. They're like, what in the hell? What kind of pictures has this guy got on who for him to be able to? I mean, let's not forget they had to settle what I don't know this to be true. Rumor has it, word on the street, is that, they wrote Hogan a $55 million check as a settlement to go away. $55 million. How do you survive? I mean, I was the number 1 rated guy, in the history of Tampa, and a $755,000 fine took me right down to zero. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And so now here's another.
And they don't care about having to pay $50 million. I mean, it's unbelievable how much money they've invested in him. I think almost it's like when you have a quarterback that you're paying $25 million a year, you have to play him. You won't play the guy that's a backup, that's a better quarterback that's only making $3 million a year because you're paying him $25 million a year. And I think they have so much invested in him, they're blind to this other stuff.
I don't know, but Lummy, everybody, I don't know, maybe because of the Hogan RNC deal.
Oh yeah.
But these women here, women now, this woman right here, Christina Randall, I guess that she's just kind of like a mom that gives her experience, talks about stuff. I don't know. But she's got, she's got 1.6 million subscribers on YouTube. That's not shabby.
No.
And so somebody sends this to me on Friday. And this is what, listen, I'm not trying to get too far down the path on this deal. Just, I've had a horrible weekend. Erica's mom is, 50-50 to live at best.
Ooh.
I mean, yeah. I mean, they have her in a.
She's sick.
They have her in a medical coma right now. She got transported. Was supposed to be transported by helicopter, but because of the rain, Lummy,
The rain did you again?
I'm just like, I can't. I want to move to somewhere
Arizona.
where it just doesn't rain. I cannot take rain. Can suck my D. I can't take it. Oh, you don't even know about the absolute catastrophic rain issue I had at the track. You know how I went up the track, Lummy?
Yeah.
To start getting it ready for next week?
Yep. I'm guessing that didn't turn out too well.
Well, I'll get into that story momentarily after I tell this story. So somebody sends this to me and says, "Oh, they're back at it again." So I don't know if Hogan's resurgence at the Republican National Convention has all these house moms Googling Hogan, but this woman here. But this is what people think because Cox settled with Hogan. The lawsuit and the testimony and the discovery was never public in the court of law. Now, you can go find it if you go read the Second Amendment complaint at the Pinellas County, courtofrecords.org. But how many people do that? Right?
Nobody.
I mean, how many people except me and a few others know what really happened? But here's what all of the world thinks happened. And it's my constant struggle. You guys know that. But here is this girl's thumbnail, and I'm not just bringing this up out of air. This was just posted 2 days ago. Already has 261,000 hits. Oof. So this is what people think about me. I'm not going to play it because here's what it basically her thumbnail pretty much very much describes exactly what all caught on camera. Set up and exposed by his best friend, Hulk Hogan testifies in court to win his trial. So, I guess maybe I did set it up. I am guilty of that. I did, say, hey, Hogan, do you want to blast Heather? I did say that. But exposed? It wouldn't exposed mean the person that took it to market and had it published and caused, everybody to see it? I mean, being in my drawer and nobody ever is going to see it is... probably not cool, but it's not. I'm not the guy that called Gawker up and said, hey, got 2 Hulk Hogan tapes. You want them? One of them's really bad. Let's go ahead and drop the first one in October because, we want to make in October of 12, by the way, while I still worked at Cox. They all thought, and I don't know if you know this, Seth, or not, but they all thought I would get arrested. That was the number one goal. That's why they dropped it while I still worked at Cox, because they thought this would get me arrested, which gets them out of my contract. That's what they really thought. But the statute of limitations, and it was only a misdemeanor. Recording somebody in your home without their knowledge is a misdemeanor, which it's questionable because I did have signs posted, in my at the entrance of my house that says that, premises being recorded by ADT security. I did have that sign, posted. But anyway, I guess I guess I'm guilty of that. But the statute of limitations had come up, so they couldn't get me. I didn't get arrested. So strike one. They drop. Mike Calta sends it to AJ Delirio on last part of August. I even know. Do you know where he sent it from the UPS store right by my mom's house when he lived in Connerton?
Really?
We have surveillance of him walking into the store at the time that's on the air bill that he overnighted it UPS to his agent Tony Burton. We got all that.
That's ridiculous.
And so he does that thinking I'm going to get fired. I don't get fired. I survive it. So their second plan is, okay, we're going to hold on to this second tape until we need it. And we're going to fire him in the first week of Labor Day in 2014. And then, boom, we have a second tape to always play if he comes back. Well, I come back, Lummy, and by July, I'm kicking their ass. So guess what? Conveniently, the Hogan N-word tape drops July 15th, 2016.
Yeah, that's already making a comeback too.
2015.
Trump was on the Republican bid.
2015, we start making a comeback. We're beating Cowhead, and then they drop the second tape. Now at that point, it shows company involvement. Right? Mm-hmm. So it's company involvement. Hogan goes on and says his lawyers are so smart. They're like, hey, listen, let's not put Cox part of the first lawsuit. Let's make them their own standalone lawsuit. We're going to sue Gawker for invasion of privacy and win. And then we'll take another shot at a company that's got even more money, which is Cox. And, Gawker filed bankruptcy, and Hogan, out of the $144 million, only got $31 million because they filed bankruptcy. But when they said, hey, let's sue Cox for the distribution because that's just as bad as the publication, and guess what? They can pay $100 million. They got, right? Yeah. Cox is a
deep pocket.
They're owned by Global Apollo Management. I think Cox might, Apollo Global, their parent company, you might want to see, Lummy, but I think they're worth maybe 8 or 9 or 10 or 15 billion dollars. So Hogan sues Cox, gets all the phone records, gets the surveillance tapes of Mike Calta going to the UPS store on 41 North, gets all of that, shows all these inter company memos and emails of them talking about the tape, and shows that it was housed on Cox servers and has them dead to rights.
$600 billion in assets.
Hold on, how much?
$600 billion in assets.
So, Dan, that's definitely the company you want to sue.
Over Gawker?
Exactly. Gawker filed bankruptcy for $35 million. Hogan got 31 of it. But when you sue Cox and their parent company is worth $600 billion, you're hoping you get that same $100 million hit. It's already been proven what the damages are, right? Case law would show that the last time this was tried in the same court, by the way, probably by the same judge, maybe not. Maybe there's rules she can't hear the same suit 2 times. I don't know. But if they just 3 years prior, this lawsuit garnered $144 million. If you're Cox, don't you write a check pretty damn fast?
Yep.
Because the minute you write a check, all the testimony, all the data, all the phone records, everything,
all the evidence,
it goes away. And the only way for people to find it is if you know some obscure website in Pinellas County to go to the Balea versus Cox, and how to find that, first of all, and then to download the Second Amendment complaint, and that lays it all out. But, maybe 500 people in the entire world have done that? Journalists and people that have done stories on it? Nobody does that. Nobody knows what really happened other than some chick that's got 1.6 million subscribers says, set up and exposed by his best friend. That's what people think. I did it all. I'm a scumbag. Whew. So that...
I didn't see this, but I feel like people just focus on the recording and that it got out.
Yeah.
And there's the assumption.
And then they just draw that assumption.
Yeah.
They just, they're like, well, because you know why, Seth?
I don't think they know that there was all these other people involved.
No, and they shouldn't, because it's never been widely reported, because it never went to trial. So it's ingenious on Cox's. That's why Cox stroked a $60 million check, because they couldn't afford globally for this to get out as to how shady and dirty their participation of it was, just how egregious, and that it was hosted on Cox servers and was joked about while I was still there. They had emails, from from Kim Guthrie, who was the president of the corporation, to Keith Lawless, saying, the fat man, tick tock, and that was like 6 months before they fired me.
Oh, jeez.
You're like, yeah. I mean, they have all that. So
I'm sorry you had to read those, Bubba.
It's all right.
You're not the fat man to me.
And here's the deal. But here's the thing of all. And I'm so sorry if I got down this. I've just had a really tough weekend. I had a lot. And then somebody sends this to me, and I'm like, God. When people say, get over it, Bubba, I'm trying, but just every turn of the way, I just get people making these, and listen, Lummy, when you're the bad guy and 250,000 people have seen it,
yeah.
I mean, that's quite a lot of people.
And this is probably a whole new demographic of people that haven't heard this story.
Women.
Yeah.
Right.
So they automatically, yeah, exactly. So, I mean, in the world of being a content creator and trying to I'm an instantaneous, like, they're never going to ever follow me or look at any of my videos or anything like that. They think that I set up and exposed by his best friend. And then if you watch it, man, she really lays the wood to me.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. She's like, what kind of best friend would do that? And, oh, my God, I feel sorry for Ho. Just whatever.
Hogan's got like he's born again now that he's been in front of Republican America, and he's got the Great American Beer.
He's a baby face.
He's you can't touch the Hulkster, man.
He got baptized. He's a Christian.
I mean,
this is like 1987 Hulkamania all over again.
I know.
Man.
He is absolutely brilliantly
Hulkster racist. No, did his son completely cripple somebody? No. Hulkster banging on camera, not the Hulkster.
No. Hold on. Let's not forget. Here's the other thing people forget is that Hulkster's first sex scandal wasn't having sex with my wife. Hogan's first sex scandal, which is the original basis as to why he got fired, was that he was blasting one of Brooke's girlfriends that was a dancer on her,
one of her backup dancers.
One of her backup dancers. I think she was like 21 or 19. He was blasting her. Look it up.
Wasn't there another one back in the 90s in Minnesota or something?
Yeah. That Kate, her name was Kate Kennedy or something like that, or Gay Kennedy or something like that. Yeah, supposedly he was. Yeah, but I'm not going to get into that one because that was a shakedown. But he did. The reason why Linda left him is that he was blasting. I think her name was Christina, a girl named I think Christina. Look it up, Lummy.
Okay.
Hogan blasts Brooks' backup dancer. See if I'm right or wrong.
That's got to be strong for the father-daughter bond.
Right. But you know what? Nobody knows about that story. They only know that his... Hold on. Let me go ahead and quote this.
Can we do a podcast with the Chicky Bang then?
Set up and exposed by best friend. Lummy, I need to call this Christine Randall up when I do my tour and say, listen, let me give you the good news.
Yeah, I think she's up in Pensacola.
Really?
Oh, is she?
They don't have Botox up there?
Damn.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Yeah, her second video says my 3-year prison experience.
That's why she went. She went viral. She did she talked about her experience in prison.
Oh, good. So I'm gonna say, I got you judging me, bitch.
I ain't never been to prison. 4 trials, undefeated.
Yeah, 3 years. That's prison. That's
best friend, and Heather his friend, and they were just a whole really, really good friends. As a matter of fact, allegedly, on the day of the incident that
Where's this coming from?
I don't know.
All right, here.
He came over to his friend Bubba the Love Sponge for your own opinions. All this video is after all. Customers. Peter was an Italian when there was for the champion on specifically one of them. Linda Razor. It is said that the cancellation happened because of problems with Nick, their son, and because of problems with Hulk and Linda's marriage. Okay? But in 2007, Nick, there's drinking because of this accident. Was injured really bad in a car crash. They were saddened that criminal charges have been brought against injured like that. The friend was actually an actor. Hulk allegedly cheated on his wife. Lynn's friend was actually an active Marine before this incident. Just super sad, super devastating. He was underage. I mean, just terrible, 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 terrible. That same year, Hulk allegedly cheated on his wife, Linda, with a friend of his daughter. So if you talk about the scandal or this incident. Just
there we go. So that means good. That's this bitch saying it.
She looks like Christopher Moltisante's girlfriend in Sopranos.
She kind of does.
What's
Only you would know that. Like that's a really
no,
deep.
What's her name? Andrea Dia.
But that's a deep. That's a deep.
Well, I see her. She's a.
Hey, I started Weeds.
Yeah.
I like it. I really like it.
Pretty easy to watch, right?
Yeah, you know who I really like? I like the black girl that she goes and buys the drugs from, the big mama.
Oh, yeah.
I love her because she don't fuck around. My sister says, man, it really gets good.
It does. It gets a little wild, but it's good for a long time.
Is it? I think what is it? 9 seasons?
Yeah. I think 8 or something around there.
And the actress, she's kind of cute. The
Oh yeah.
The one that does the Weeds game.
Yeah. I forgot her name. Nancy.
How about the one bitch that she sent her kid to Mexican boarding school and she's just shot out, poor thing.
Yeah.
She's so fucking. She hates her husband.
Yeah, that gets crazy.
He's kind of cute.
It gets real wild.
And the kids are having sex, and they're like, well, technically we're not under the roof because the skylight broke, remember?
Oh, that's right. I gotta go pee real quick. You got chat? You got this?
Yeah, I got everything.
Really gets good. It does. It gets a little.
I need to crack my back down low. I can't get it to crack. I got this like. So Kenny Powers, Bubbles Events, Ray Glasgow, Drastic. Big Buck. Let's see. Guru.
Oh, Lummy.
Yes, sir.
Did you see? I don't think I sent you the pictures of the goats.
No, you didn't.
Oh, God.
What happened?
Are you alive?
They're okay.
Eric Rogan 10.
Pouring ourselves out one download at a time. BubbaArmyHQ.com. Enlist today. The BRN now continues.
Colton has gone viral on our face. You know, like you don't know what's going to hit. We put the Colton got out verbally. I wish we would have put verbally, but got assaulted in Warsaw, Indiana.
Why would you have to put verbally though? I think he got assaulted. That's a real assault.
I know, because Jesus, there's nearly 1,000 comments now because it went viral. It got picked up by some kind of real algorithm, and it became a suggestion. You know, and just to let you know, I mean, like you could. Well, Seth, you can tell me if it went viral, and we got 314,000 views over the weekend.
Yes.
Yep.
I think that's viral.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
You know, that not full-blown, 5 million viral, but that's still quite a bit. And so, and over 1,000 comments, and that is when Colton, which is I think on our X too, Lummy. I think it did pretty. I think it's like 16,000 on our X.
Yeah, it's doing really well.
And that's when Colton went to Warsaw, Indiana last week, and he went around. There's a short of the excursion that I wish you called it excursion. The dust up that he had with this old couple, this old Warsaw couple. They're washing like their 2010 Ford Fusion. Like even Seth's car looks more Mac than theirs.
Way more.
And they're washing it. And Colton just walks up nicely and says, "Hey, have you ever? He says, Lemmy, may I ask you a question?"
Yes.
And they automatically start cutting a promo on him. And he's in a public place. He's at a public car wash, a self-serve car wash. Here it is, and I got to probably watch language on this. I think let me see here. I think that the language is bad here.
Eric Rogan 10.
And so we made
PayPal.
We made it a thank you, Eric Rogan. We made it a short, Lummy, and then we made it part of there's a longer video I think on YouTube.
Yes, there is.
That's like 12 or 13 minutes that actually shows him asking good people that don't cuss him out if they knew who the most famous person from Warsaw, Indiana. It's a gimmick.
Is it true?
I didn't expect anybody to know.
Nobody knew who you were, though, right?
2 people did.
Oh, 2, okay.
That's good.
2 out of 10.
One guy said he remembered you and your brother.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
The old timer.
Yeah.
Someone was masquerading as your brother, getting a lot of understudy poontang.
That or he thought maybe me and Larry were brothers or something.
Yeah.
So here is, I don't know if what the late.
Who do you guys think is the most famous person in Warsaw, Indiana?
Taking my picture.
All right, yeah, I can't play it here, but I think I do have, Lummy, we do have the
edited one.
Yeah, you guys, if you can get it to me.
Let me see.
But that has gone viral now. And it's like very polarizing because half the people who don't know the law, they're like, out of the 1,000 comments I've gone and read, some of them, and like it's now not even turned into who the hell is Bubba the Love Sponge thing. It's turned into a First Amendment versus Karen battleground. So the people that truly know that there's no reasonable expectation of privacy in a public venue, that a person does have the right to tape you, and it's just that's just the way it is. Now you can ask them to stop, but they don't have to.
I think I sent you the edited one.
And is it rude? Probably, but I think had these people been a little bit nicer, to Colton, it just said, "Hey, dude, can you turn that off?" I think that Colton would have been way cool about it.
Well, there was that other old guy that he went up to. The guy was like, I don't want to be on this.
Yeah. There was one other dude. And when you watch the long video, this is all on our YouTube. On our Facebook is where it went viral. But like one guy, he's downtown Warsaw, and the one dude kind of had heard of me, and his one buddy's like, I don't want to be on tape. And so Colton said, okay, bud, no problem, and just kept walking. Like that, that's all you got to do. Well, then, so in the comment section, Dan, it's gotten into people who truly know the First Amendment and know that, if you're not being disruptive or getting up in people's grills or things like that, or talking, obscene or anything like that, that you can tape somebody at the car wash.
What Colton did was completely lawful.
Now, add the fact that if there were kids involved, that could maybe get a little questionable or, something like that. But, this is of age, obviously. Of people that are over 18, adults. These are obviously adults that are cleaning their car at a public car wash. Now people are like, well, technically it's not public because it's private property by the owner. Okay, if that's the case, the owner came out and talked to Colton at the very end of this tape and was as cool as could be. He was like, okay, buddy, no problem. Thank you. And then old timer had to scream, make it racial, like literally make it racial, and call Colton an effing dirty Iraqi. And so
where do you even come up with Iraqi? We're not even at war with Iraq. I don't even know where you come up with that one right now.
Because I think this guy is still thinking we're fighting Iraq. I think he's still living in the 90s, and he thinks that we're still trying to find
for George Bush.
Yeah,
second term.
That we're still trying to find him and Dick Cheney are still trying to find weapons of mass destruction.
And Colton's got him in his.
Well, that's what was happening when he bought that car.
Colton,
that's the world that he was living in when that car was purchased.
And Colton, kind of looks a little, he looks a little Muhammad-ish.
He does.
Does he not?
Yeah, with his haircut and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, with his hair down low, he kind of looks like a dirty Iraqi. But you don't. If you see a dirty Iraqi and he's not doing anything wrong, I don't think you call a man a dirty Iraqi. Right?
Yeah.
Here's the excursion. I played it on Friday, but this is what's gone viral. We've posted it everywhere, but it seems to really, you get lucky. When you go viral, you can't really explain. You could go viral on X. You could go viral on Insta. It's just you hit the right algorithm, the right story, the right thumbnail.
And the right split of irritation.
And it gets, and then at that point to go viral, Instagram or wherever you're at, YouTube, Facebook, X, they decide to then make it a recommended video so it goes up to everybody's feed. And that's kind of how it works. And then, the more people that watch it, the more that it, gets algorithmed out, so to speak. And, and it just, it's like herpes. It just spreads.
It's like a snowball. It just gets bigger and bigger and bigger.
And and Seth, you've been doing internet and social. You can't ever really know what the sweet spot of why it happened. Like,
no, never.
Did I have the right hashtag on it? Did I have the right Like, you just never know what about this particular, because you can't emulate it. Like, hey, listen, on the car wash one, we did hashtag, whatever.
It's also shocking. It's shocking that his approach led to this response.
What if it's just the content?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I don't think it's the hashtags or the time. I mean, if it's good content, people are going to watch it.
Yeah. I mean, but what's good content? What I think is good content, sometimes you don't even know that it's good content.
Yeah, this was shocking.
Just case in point, Rhett. Case in point. Remember that Bubba kicks out the local band deal?
Yeah.
That ended up being the largest Facebook video in the history. And it was from 2017, and it was
great radio.
But I just here's the thing: as I was looking at the algorithm, as I was looking at the backside information on that video, England, something in England popped it, and all of 85 or 90% of the views were all coming from England. So it got on some kind of England Reddit page or something like that.
Maybe that band toured in England for a little bit.
Maybe, but I could never figure out how that happened, and so this will probably be at 400,000 views. By the end of the day on we got lucky on Facebook on this one. Of course, our Facebook at the Bubba Army, but this is also up on our X. And I think on our YouTube as well, right, Lummy?
Yes.
Yeah, here we go.
Here at the car wash.
So Lummy is literally at the car wash on Detroit Street in Warsaw, Indiana.
Is this right outside downtown?
Yes, right outside downtown.
Here at the car wash off Detroit in Warsaw. Hello, I just have a quick question for you guys. I'm sorry. Who do you guys think is the most famous person in Warsaw, Indiana? Okay, understood.
Somebody said that we should have made an ISO with the grandma as a meme, Lummy, that says, "Get that out of here." Just that one little line right here. And I don't know if she says it twice or not. Right.
Okay, understood.
Right here. Hold right here.
Turn that goddamn camera the other way.
Who do you think?
I mean, there's a bunch of drops in here, isn't there?
Get out of here. Who do you think?
Right there. And she says it like a real, Seth.
A witch.
Yeah.
Like a real witch. Not just somebody you would call a witch, like an actual witch that rides a broomstick.
Exactly. Right here.
Get out of here.
Who do you think is
Get
most?
that shiz out of here.
Look at that look.
I mean, that's like 1920. Well, I oughta, you know what I'm saying?
If I was married to her, I would just rip my package off and throw it in the garbage at the car wash and never use it on her again.
I mean, Seth, look at that guy, though.
He already did.
I think I would. I think this guy has already ripped his skin off once, Seth. He's like a snake. He's trying to grow new stuff back because I've never seen, I've never seen two whiter people in my life. Not just in the way that they act, but do they not? I mean, does the sun not come out in Warsaw? I mean, do they ever go outside?
I think that's the least of their problems, Bubba.
But I mean, hold on, as I have my Operation Pigmentation shirt on, this is Operation Reverse Pigmentation. These people have no pigmentation into their skin. Right there. There's the average white, grouchy,
maybe that's why they were threatened by Colton, because he's
tan.
One hue darker than them.
Yeah, no. See,
listen,
listen,
I didn't think about how much more tan he would be.
Here's the thing, man. Real white people like this, they are racist. And so there's not a lot of African American people in Warsaw. Most of them look like this, but most of them don't act like this. Most of them have Midwestern values and they're super nice. But when they see Colton, they instantaneously, Lummy, don't like him based on his look, because there's not a lot of people in Warsaw that look like Colton. So they probably think that he is maybe an Iraqi spy or something.
That's
Here
true.
we go. How would you like?
It's an Iraqi spy in the middle of Warsaw, Indiana.
First of all, man, if I am ever alive, Lummy, and the person that I'm dating or married to has knees like that, take my gun and shoot me in the head. I mean, look at those fat knees on her, and then this comes out of her mouth.
Who do you think is the most?
Hold on here. Here we go.
Who do you think is?
Get that shiz out of here.
Who do you think is the?
Get out of here.
Who do you think is the most?
And she's ringing her chamois. I will tell you, homeboy's got her pretty well trained because she's pretty handy on the chamois.
That's right.
She goes right back to chamois in the car.
Don't touch my phone, sir. You will get arrested.
And here's the deal, man. The only thing I wish we would have cut out is I wish we would have cut this part out.
My phone, sir. You will get arrested.
I'll punch you in the.
Because a lot of people was like, oh, the pussy little soy boy instantaneously wants to bring the cops into it. So think about if we would have cut this part right here out.
Touch my phone, sir. You will get arrested.
I'll punch you in the.
And it picks up with "I'll punch you in the face."
Well, he says it like 3 more times.
I know, but just if we would have cut that out, it would have made It would have made us look better.
That's all the juice.
And him look even more aggressive.
That's why old people should do testosterone replacement. They
Who do you think is the most? Don't
aggressive.
touch my phone, sir. You will get arrested.
I'll punch you in the.
Arrested.
chops is
You
what
will
I'll
get
do.
arrested, sir.
Get that camera off of me, asshole.
Have you ever heard of Bubba the Love Sponge?
You ever heard of a knuckle sandwich?
I mean,
Do you think that guy's banged a couch or a farm animal?
No, but I mean,
Couch, yes.
can you live in the 60s? I mean, what, we listen to the Beach Boys on the way home? I oughta give you a knuckle sandwich, you oughta.
You ever heard of a knuckle sandwich?
A Bubba the...
God, you know what? In all actuality,
Come on, dude.
Colton would whip this guy's ass.
I sure hope
this
so.
guy's 70-some years old.
This guy's late for a Civil War reenactment.
He's got or metal detected on the beach,
That's
one of the
true.
two. And he's got his work boots on. Look, with his white socks.
His white legs. So.
The Love Sponge.
Hold on, and the bitch, the Martha or what, Karen, she reiterates it 2 times. She says, "Get the F out of here," 2 different times. Listen.
I was asking. We're here doing a mini series, sir. I'll
Now,
ask.
so hold on. So this guy here, the super white guy, say it, super white guy,
Super white guy.
super racist white guy from Warsaw, Indiana. He then, is trying to make a bigger deal to the owner. Look at the owners. Even the owner's trying to calm him down. He's like, "Calm down. Let me get to the bottom of this. Calm down. Look at him. Can you not see the guy?
Yeah.
Just like, calm down."
This gentleman, no big deal.
He just went up here and started doing it. Doing what? Recording you in a public place and was polite and said, "Excuse me, sir, may I ask you a question?" He didn't walk up and say, "F you, you old people," or say anything that would be offensive or that you could even be mad about. Like, right? I mean, He didn't say anything. He didn't say, "Hey, what do you 2 old timers think about the most famous person from Warsaw, Indiana?" No, Colton was a complete gentleman.
Very gentle and very, very polite. And this guy looks like an Iraqi.
Well, I mean, yeah, the guy.
Yeah, the guy
you're
with the tan,
right.
yeah.
The owner probably is. Most Iraqis are smart businessmen. He knows that a car wash in Warsaw, Indiana is going to stay busy.
We're just doing a mini series. Doing a mini series here out of Warsaw. Have you ever heard of the name? Well, actually, here you go. I'll show you.
So this guy here, Colton's not even talking to super old white mean guy from Warsaw, Indiana. He's now talking to what looks like is the owner of this car wash.
Yep.
Right? And he's owner, super cool, and
I'll show you.
Trying to figure out what's going on.
Who do you think is the most famous man in Warsaw, Indiana?
And again, this is a rib. Like, I'm not trying to disrupt Warsaw, Indiana. We're just trying to show you that most people don't know who the hell I am. Not even my hometown town. And they hate me still. Hell, they hate me here. They hate me there. They hate me everywhere.
I do not know.
If I showed you this article here, would that make sense to you?
This person, Bubba the Love Sponge.
You ever heard
And
of?
see, the reaction from people is what we're looking for. Like, what? What the hell? So here we go.
That name? No. That's all. We're here. We're here in Warsaw. This is Warsaw, right?
Yes, sir.
So we're just here in Warsaw, asking people if they ever heard of the name Bubba.
By the way, super mad white guy is still yapping his gums. And Colton's not speaking to him.
Nope.
He's speaking to what I'm assuming is the owner. I mean, it looks like he's got him some nice basic 305s in their shirt. Maybe those might be Marlboros.
Those might be Marlboros.
I don't know.
I see a little red there.
Love Sponge, that's all. But I see this gentleman here is having a hissy fit about it, so I'll just go ahead and leave.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Take care. Have a great day.
Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
So when the owner says, "Have a great day, good luck," I think that he doesn't really have an issue of what you've done.
No.
He just
didn't
wants
say,
to diffuse it.
Yeah, but he's not saying, "Listen, if you don't get the hell out of here, I'm calling the cops." What in the hell were you thinking? No, he just says, "Okay, thank you, have a good day. Goodbye, have a good day." I mean, at that point, I mean, I don't think the owner has an issue at all. After knowing what Colton was doing, knowing that he wasn't doing anything wrong, think I would, if I was to score this, the owner didn't have a problem with it.
Nope.
So what does super old mad white guy say? He just can't leave it alone. He has to call him an effing Iraqi. Listen.
All right, sir. No need to get your panties in a bunch. Have a great day.
F you Iraqi bastard.
Furthest thing from it. Born and raised here in America. No Iraqi.
Go on to Iraqi and get out of here.
Here, sir. I'm born and raised in America.
So that has gone viral on Facebook.
Nice.
That was one.
It's entertaining, man. It's surprising. You wouldn't expect that reaction from that old guy, and I wonder how many times he's gotten his ass kicked with that kind of temper.
So walk up like that on Larry Plummer and watch you need new front teeth.
Remember you said you were going to call Larry Plummer and the mayor to get that guy like kicked out of town or arrested?
No, I didn't say that.
I thought it was the district
Seth,
attorney.
I don't want to spread that kind of nonsense because I mean, there's probably a lot of people. We thing about it is, Lummy, out of 306, I think Rhett said it was 316 or something like that, over 300,000 views. You know that probably the most people in Warsaw got it.
Right.
There's only 16,000 people in Warsaw proper.
And they like Facebook.
And, oh, yeah, of course they do. So almost everybody's seen it in Warsaw. And out of the 316,000, there's probably some new people that discovered us in some way, shape, or form. There's just statistically, if you expose something in front of 316,000 people, I don't know, 3, 4, 5%, 10% are going to check, maybe check it out, and you might get a few people to hang on and become fans all of a sudden. I mean, I've been all over the place. I was all over Facebook this weekend, and then Lummy, I'm having a really, really, really tough weekend, as I'll explain it, and Dan can help me walk through the process medically. The Merch Crick, I'm really worried about her. She's just now headed to the apartment. She hasn't been there since Saturday.
Jesus.
And she's been in intensive care units with her mother. Her mother's going through an app, just a really, 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 really high risk, probably 60-40, type deal. She has a chance to not be with us. It's Dan, you're a doctor. It's a very major deal, isn't it?
It's dire. It's extreme, and it's very serious.
And so Merch Crick she's been the absolute rock. And
does she have any brothers or sisters, or is she the only one taken care of?
Well, her mom's recently married to Cocan Carlos. So her and Cocan Carlos have pretty much been bedside the entire time. Vicente, Erica's son, he's 25. He's been up there. I've been up there, and man, who absolutely she's such my angel, Tara, because things turned. There was this big whodunit screw job that happened last night at where she was currently, the hospital she was in. And it's not too far from my sister's house. And I'd left about 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon to get home. And I stopped by my sister's because it was on the way so I could see my mom. She was over there. And then I got home, let the dog out, got ready for bed because I knew I had to work today. And so my sister, because I get home and there starts to be kind of a really big dust up at the hospital concerning Erica's mom's care. And my sister drives down there at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock at night and stayed with Erica till 5 this morning.
Wow.
That's nice.
Angel.
And I got such great family. It's a really, really dire situation. I'll get into that. But Lummy, over the weekend, I'm just, trying to chill. I'm on my phone a lot because I'm just scrolling, because, she's in a medically induced coma. And it's just, you're just there.
Presence more than interaction.
To show support. And I'm there to support Erica because, she's not my mom. Well, I'm there to support Virginia as well. Merch Crick is my number one priority. She's absolutely beside herself. Just emotions running wild. Good, you have good, everything's by the hour. You have good hours, you have bad hours. Yesterday I was there like 3 in the afternoon, Dan, and all of a sudden her levels started going haywire. And they brought in. That's when I sent you a picture of the team of doctors that were gathered around her.
Yeah.
And they were kind of in a panic moment based on her numbers. And this badass doctor, the main doctor, comes in, stands at the foot of the bed, completely takes. You got the pulmonologist. You got like 2 nurses. You got 2. There's the X-ray person. There's like 8 people in there, all gathered around the bed. And he rolls in and says, "Everybody stop. Stop. Now let's start unwinding this. Why did this happen? Who gave her the Versed? Who gave her the Ativan? How much did you give her? Okay, what is she on naturally? You know what? Your body is fighting." And it was fun, Dan, to see like a Dan Diaco guy roll up. I wouldn't say they were the Keystone Cops prior, but when the doc got in there, things got real. And things got done.
You had a nice keel to steady the boat and get direction. And so sometimes you need someone to step in and say, wait, stop.
That's what he said.
Let's start at the beginning.
And I turned over to Crick and I go, he's kind of like Dan. And she's like, shut up. And so he's like, and he was just like firm. It's like, stop. Everybody stop what you're doing. Stop what you're doing. What? Okay, now, check. And the first problem they thought Dan is her might have been, did anybody touch or move her? Because I think that the oxygen that they were pumping in her right lung, I think that was the issue. That lung wasn't getting serviced, and her numbers were getting super.
Was the tube too deep?
And he wanted to know, did somebody move her? Nobody had moved.
Yeah, because the tube going down one lung, not the other.
Right. So he went in there, made an adjustment, and he's like, okay. And then there was this one medicine that they were giving her 1.51. That's what the number was. I don't know what it was, and I don't know what medicine, but the number was 151. He goes, I want you to back that down to a 132. So they backed it down to a 132, and he goes, I want you to pump up this like another 2.5%. And then he one other thing. And he made one other adjustment. And sure enough, about 6 minutes, the number that was critical, that was, scaring them, starts to elevate and get back into, a good zone. And so everybody left, and he just stood there for a second. And I go, Doc, you're the man. I said, I really like how you rolled up here and took control. And he goes, a lot of times you get a lot of chiefs. I mean, you got a lot of Indians. He was kind of an older guy. And he goes, but sometimes the chief has to come in and settle everybody down. He goes, this was just a small adjustment that she needed. She needed to be physically moved a little bit because I felt the tube was
too deep.
Not right. He said not right.
If it goes too deep, it goes into one lung and not the other. It needs to go before the bronchial split.
And so what he made them do then, Dan, is he made them, they had this tube machine, the machine that, and he made them tape the tube,
at her teeth,
at the ground, going all the way up. So and put an X over don't walk near this. Stop.
Oh, okay.
The
big tubing, not the small tube in her mouth, but the big corrugated tubing.
He didn't even want anybody's foot to potentially touch that machine. So I don't know. It was. We went through all that yesterday, and it's just wait till I tell you about the transport fiasco. So she's at a hospital that doesn't have this machine. What's it called? ECMO?
ECMO.
It doesn't have an ECMO machine, and they think that the ECMO machine could save her life.
Extracorporeal membrane oxygenation. That means it's using a machine to oxygenate your blood because your lungs are not functioning.
And to me, it was told it was because it's a carbon monoxide issue too. It takes out the carbon monoxide because your body somehow is making carbon monoxide because you're not making enough oxygen or something like that. But that's part of this machine too. I could be wrong.
Well, it takes off the carbon dioxide.
That's
and
what
the carbon
I meant whatever what's the bad?
Well, they're both bad, but carbon dioxide is something you normally accumulate.
That's what he said. I thought we were trying to kill ourselves. Carbon monoxide. It was dioxide. So he told me all that. And there's only 2 places that have one of these machines: Tampa General and Largo Medical. And so when I leave at 5 o'clock, Erica calls me and says, "Hey, they had to send her numbers to both places to see if she was stable enough to transport." And they were going to this is how dire this is. They were going to helicopter her over to either one of these places to get on the ECMO machine, but they had to stabilize her. So that's the last word I'm getting as I'm pulling into Tara's, as I'm pulling out of Tara's, and they were prepping her, Dan, for transportation. So as I pull out of Tara's, I get, and it's right, by the way, it's raining. Remember yesterday about 5 o'clock how crappy it was?
Yeah.
And if you were more north, it was even more crappy. And she calls me and said, listen, they've canceled the transportation via a helicopter. They're now sending the ECMO team down here to prep her for, they might even hook her up to the ECMO machine and then transport her in the ambulance to, Largo Medical with the ECMO machine. That's what they're prepping right now. Now, this is like at 5 o'clock. Well, there's a shift change at 6. And a new doctor comes in. The new slinging, my old slinging D, my man, my chief, right? Dan, who made all these arrangements and had the head, is a pulmonologist? Is that what it is? Had the head of the pulmonary division from Largo Medical on the phone. She had qualified. They felt confident to transport her. Well, I'm just getting home yesterday. Merch Crick calls me crying, just beside herself, and they're like, she's like, the new doctor that took over at where they're at, I'll just say at Trinity. The new doctor at Trinity doesn't feel she's transportable, so they've called it all off. And I'm like, what?
Is that the hospital she was at a month ago?
Yes.
Well, they got some ass clowns there.
Yeah, well.
Is it the same pulmonology student that was dealing with her before?
Yep.
See, he's an idiot.
And so, but the doctor, Dr. Slingendy, that's all I'll call him. I've only met one guy over there that was him.
He was probably the attending, and the other guys were all the students with their lunchboxes.
Right, exactly. So when he left and his duty was over, another doctor came in who wasn't nearly as cool as him. And now, so let me just make a long story short because I got to go into words. I'm running late, Lummy, and I want to address this. One of the reasons why I'm bummed out is because as I'm scrolling the internet, I'm getting, somebody sent me this woman here.
Brings down the mood even more.
This ex-con, this bitch who's been to prison. Boy, I wish I'd got out of prison and I could just tell prison stories and get 1.64 million subscribers. All I got to do is be cute and be been in prison, and you're instantaneously going to be a YouTube sensation. Jesus.
Should we go live on live with her, Bubba?
I don't know, maybe. Just to clarify, but maybe not till something else.
I understand.
When something gets released, then we set her straight. So I get this and I watch this whole thing, and it just makes me sick to my stomach as to how the average housewife, jailbird, or 98% of the world thinks that I am the dirtiest, backstabbing son of a bitch ever, and that the person that actually did this continues to thrive and have my job. I know, I can't help but talk about it when it's constantly reminded to me. We'll get into that. I'll get into the latest. Just know now. I'll just finish the story out. So my sister goes over there about 7 or 8 o'clock. She stays with Erica clear till 5. Finally at 5, the new doctor, whoever came in, they finally authorize her for transportation. And Dan, they listen to how, this stuff is scary. The things we're talking about right now are scary. And I'm just being transparent so that you know what I'm going through Erica. It's really, I'm not trying to be a victim. I feel for her. My sadness and sorrow is not only that I hope Virginia doesn't die, and I hope she makes it because it's Erica's mom, but, we're practically, we're engaged. She could be my mother-in-law, potentially, someday, in a long time. I'm trying to prolong this engagement as long as I can. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Might need to speed it up, Bubba.
No, so
might need to do a bedside wedding.
So, would you shut up?
What's no? I didn't say anything bad.
I need to give you one of those. Look at this. One of these kind of deals. When I go like this. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. He won't even look at me like he's a dog and he just peed in the corner.
Well, I got some nerve issues in my shoulders. Sorry, I can't turn my neck all the way.
He literally looked at, your dog cowers down when it took a poop in a corner. He was literally like that. No.
I'd rather you dock my paycheck than spray me with the Febreze.
I'm not going to spray you, okay?
Okay.
So they had to, as they're transporting her, Dan, they had to paralyze her from the weight. They had to paralyze her so that, I don't know why. I've just told that they
so you don't fight the tube.
Okay.
That's why.
But she's in a medical coma, and they paralyze her, and they get the ECMO team up about 4 or so in the morning, and they transfer her via ambulance. So now she's at where she needs to be. She's in a room, ICU, and Merch Crick gets to go see her in about 20 minutes. So Merch Crick's waiting in the waiting room. No, I think the Merch Crick. I got to check my text. I'm trying to keep up on that, and let me know PayPal today. By the way,
really,
that's my world. PayPal, or do you do PayPal too?
No, just Cash App and Venmo.
All right, Cash App, Venmo, PayPal at the Bubba Army. So anyway, I think Virginia is in a room now. Dan, her numbers are stabilized. It's probably a pretty good sign that her numbers are stabilized this early on after having a traumatic. I mean, moving a paralyzed medical-induced patient from Trinity to Largo, which is probably a 45-minute drive, all the bumps and all that kind of deal. Probably when you get her in her room and she's stabilized, that's probably a pretty good sign, isn't it?
Yes.
So, I don't know how long she's going to be in her medical. Do you have any idea, Dan? How long?
Could be days.
Could be days. Yeah, that's what they said.
Could be days.
They said it could be weeks.
If she's in weeks, though, then they're going to have to do a trach.
Oh, okay.
If that tube stays in more than 2 or 3 days, they're going to want to do a trach. Or a crike. Probably a trach. But they're going to put the tube in the throat, through the neck.
Yeah. Right now it's through the mouth.
Yeah, that won't last more than another day or two.
And then they'll trach her.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not. It sounds bad, but it's just what they got to do, right?
Yes, it's better for the patient long term. It's safer long term.
And it's probably more efficient because you don't have the throat crinkle in it or nothing, right?
And it's more like once you have that tube positioned correctly, it doesn't move.
What does she have? I know it's like rebound
pneumonia.
COVID, but what?
She's got double pneumonia,
bad,
collapsed lung
with a pneumothorax.
Is that called honeycomb?
No, the pneumothorax is the collapsed lung.
Right, and then she's got on the collapsed lung, she's got what they call honeycombing, which is the way they describe it to me, Dan, and you can tell me if I'm right or wrong, is when you've damaged your lung in, for whatever whether it's pneumonia or COVID or whatever, and your lung kind of gets like a leather-like crust on it, and it doesn't allow, when you've honeycombed your lung, it doesn't allow it to expand. It kind of like as a calcium deposit over your lungs that cause them, that makes it harder for them to expand. Is that kind of correct?
Yes, and also it also destroys the ability for oxygen to flow through the membranes.
Right.
So she's got essentially acute respiratory distress syndrome. Her lungs are shut down. It's not moving and it's not oxygenating correctly, which is why they need to do the ECMO so they can put oxygen in the blood to keep the woman alive.
Yeah. Maybe, Dan, one day will you ride over with me just
Sure.
as a guest?
Absolutely.
Not as Dr. Dan telling him what to do.
No, I'll be quiet.
But see.
Yeah, I understand.
I don't got to tell him you're a doctor. I'm telling you you're my cousin Vinny.
Right. I'm just your cousin Vinny.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
I want to cry, and I'm scared. I'm really scared for Erica. But thank you, everybody. I've had a bunch of my boys reach out to me. Thank you, guys. My fucking sister, man. She's got to work today. She's there. She was there. Let me from 8 p.m. to 5 a.m. Just sitting there being with Merch Crick. My fucking sister is the absolute best. Seth, how did on more nicer terms? I've not got a chance to listen to because I've been so busy. How did the girls' shows turn out?
I think it was pretty good.
Okay.
I think it was pretty good.
How's it performing?
It's hard to tell.
I guess because we dropped it over the weekend, so
Yeah.
you would know after today when we promote it.
Yeah.
Okay.
We also started Super Beats today.
Oh, we do got Super
Yeah.
Beats?
Yep.
Okay, buddy.
You got that new script, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do. Thank you.
No problem.
And we just got a PayPal.
Ed Hinger's Revenge, 79 months. Thank you, Uncle Eric, $100 cash out.
Thank you, Uncle Eric. Let me ask: Is Ashley working on the preliminary numbers?
Yep.
Okay. Tell her. You know what, Lummy?
Yes, sir.
Tell her that when we're all done with that whole process, that I'll give her a couple $100 for doing it all, because she puts a lot of work on that, and I know that isn't near what she deserves, but I think it'll be good. She'll like it.
You need some work done?
It's all accounting.
Some accounting? I'm good at numbers.
Well,
He is good.
I know. You're an accountant. You're a podcaster.
Yeah.
I'm trying to. I got to get some lumber moved this weekend, or can you move some lumber
I'll
for me?
definitely move some lumber.
Yeah.
I don't think the podcasting thing's working out for me anymore.
Oh, I think that you are.
Bob.
We're on a dry month. Probably next month will be great. So you just have to. You just have to.
I'm on some lean months, man.
Manage your expectations.
I can. My expectations are horny and through the roof.
Steve, Bill, man, good morning.
I'm Canada, 72 months, straight weekend. 73 months, Cable Dog, Hall of Famer, 79 months.
Dan, are you doing your exercises?
Yes, I was. The
Okay.
2 sets.
In about a month, it's going to be interesting to see one of you increased weight and two, actually get a baseball and throw it. Like, see if that's kind of like your par as to if it's working or not.
Oh, I can tell right away if it's working because because I've been throwing a baseball with Danny 4 days a week.
Oh, okay.
So I can.
Don't overdo it with Danny.
No, I'm not. I don't go more than 50 feet away from him.
Okay.
It's usually like 30 feet, 40 feet.
That's actually good. You're working it out here, and then you're kind of stretching it out over there in the application that you're trying to use it.
Exactly.
So I'm going to promote. Tara is Wednesday. Oh, I got a big gap. Hold on.
Huh?
Hey, Seth, wait till you hear who I think I am on the league on the air this week.
Sometimes just wear and tear over time.
Yes.
I know.
Oh, your elbow.
You know?
Steve
Could
Inman.
also be your forearm.
No. I think you're going to actually pop on this one.
Or does beefcake?
No.
It's because you have big forearms, because you use a lot.
I think you pop. No, just don't hold the pop back.
I don't have this. It's going to give you my reaction.
It's called translocation of the nerve. They move it to an area it's not squeezed as much. Okay. I'm sorry, what? Snizzle, Gripper, Lips, Morning, DJ Click.
Yes, be fun.
Hollywood 690, Terry.
Were you sleeping in and missed the first hour of the show?
Are you ready?
Don't worry, it's all at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Now back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Lummy, I'm going to talk about Super Beats, but it says, like right here, if you're a host, please talk about how you've tried Super Beats and how it has, helped in your cardio and your heart healthy life. I'd love to be able to say that because I have tried Super Beats, but I got to tell the Super Beats people we ran out and we need some more because everybody here eats them.
Yes, we do.
We often think of living a more heart healthy life. And that means making some big unsustainable changes. Well, it can be as simple as eating a couple of these things. Paired with a healthy lifestyle, the antioxidants in Super Beets are clinically shown to be nearly 2 times more effective at promoting normal blood pressure than a healthy lifestyle alone. How does Super Beet Heart Chews help you be mindful of your heart health? Well, because it's just so simple. You just pop 2 and go. For Super Beets are the #1 doctor, pharmacist, and cardiologist recommended beet brand for cardiovascular health support. You can double your potential with Super Beet Heart Chews and get a free month supply of Super Beet Heart Chews, all on all bundles, all bundle orders. Also a free full-size bag of what, Lummy?
Turmeric.
Turmeric. Those chews are valued at $25 with your order by going to BubbaLovesBeats.com. Now, we've kind of changed it up a little bit. It used to be superbeats.com/Bubba, but it's not. It's BubbaLovesBeats.com. Get this exclusive offer only at BubbaLovesBeats.com. Thank you. Lummy William Motherly, 75 on the PayPal. Woo! Seth Kushner, I think I just posted it this morning on Facebook because I've been so busy marking out to the Colton video going viral and at the hospital that I should have had all the time in the world to put it up, but I completely forgot to post the ladies of the BRN podcast, which I think you released. Was that Friday or Monday?
No,
I mean, was that Friday or Saturday?
No, yesterday.
Yesterday.
I came up here yesterday and edited it, and then I just figured that I would just release it. I know we talked about putting it out today, but I just figured why not put it out?
Yeah, get some early hits, and then we'll hit it. We'll let everybody know that it's out now, and a lot of people like that podcast. Heather Wiz, Merch Crick, Maria Guatemalan, and then I think you called Phoebes?
Yes.
Yeah. So
yeah, she was on for about half the podcast.
Really?
Oh yeah. Yeah, it was good. It was good.
Did she zoom in or just a phone?
No, we don't have the video. We haven't put the lens.
That's right. You're right. You're right. I'm sorry. It's just a phone gimmick anyway.
You know, it could, if it gets picked up, if enough people check it out, it could eventually turn into a YouTube deal.
That's kind of how Seth gauges whether we turn a podcast into a YouTube deal based on, well, I guess not really, because Seth and Clem and Kush, it's not a video thing, is it?
No, but I think it will be. I think that with what we talked about on Friday, as far as, certain guests and all that, I think that sets up for a Clem and Kush or just your own individual interview series.
Ladies of the BRN podcast up wherever you get your podcasting stuff, iHeart, iTunes, Spotify, Google Play, Apple Music, wherever. Just type in, literally you can go to Google and type in the Bubba Army podcast. It's not like I got a sick word over there in the engineering deal.
No, I think that was Lummy.
I was choking. Sorry.
That was you, Lummy?
Yeah, I was choking.
What are you choking on?
Or water. I just drank a little too quick.
Right. See, Lummy, when you go to water, you choke. When you keep with the vodka,
goes down smoothly.
Yeah, I know.
Water no good, vodka good.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yes.
We have an after show today, right, Lummy?
Yes, we do.
Do an after show. And then Tara will be our guest on Wednesday.
Nice.
And then
can I peel out a little early today?
What time you talking?
I want to get to that Frank Thomas meet and greet.
Yeah, he's got Frank Thomas.
What time? Well, hold on. Just let's sled through this. What time is the meet and greet?
It starts at 12 to 2, but
okay.
I believe a line will start forming earlier.
All right. Do you plan on going right from here to the event?
I got to pick up Lil Sethy, and then she's got her Frank Thomas jersey, and then I have 5 Frank Thomas jerseys. I'm going to wear them all. And then I'm going to just take them all off in front of them.
Like Hogan, like peel one off and then peel the other one off?
Kind of just have somebody take it off like like it's my jacket at a fancy restaurant. Yeah, but I got to
get. Well, can we get tape of this?
Yeah.
I mean, can little Sethy work the tape, or can you get some Mark to work the tape or so? Yeah.
So I'll figure it out.
To Mark.
Well, you got 5 jerseys that you're peeling off like Hogan.
Yeah.
Boom, 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 boom. He's probably never seen that. And then you got your kid Kicker.
Yeah, and she's got it too. Yeah, this is I want him to remember me forever.
Yeah, you want to make an impact, which might be a great video. Hey, it's Frank Thomas, Big Hurt. One of the greatest first basemen. Is he in the Hall of Fame? Yeah. One of the greatest first basemen. Did he start and finish with the White Sox, or did he end up somewhere else in the latter part of his career?
No, he played with Toronto and Oakland. That's why I have a couple more of his jerseys.
Oh, that's
so
right.
you have all these different team jerseys? It's not the same jersey 5 times?
Yeah, I have a couple of his White Sox jerseys, and I have
that's kind of cool.
Yeah, I have his
Oakland.
Yeah, he was just my favorite player. I'm not going to have. I mean, I followed him since I was 8 years old. I'm not going to have another favorite player.
He's your favorite?
Yeah,
that's
cool. My favorite, probably my favorite baseball player would be Robin Yount. That's my favorite, guy. A little bit before the Frank Hurt.
Yeah.
He was kind of the generation before. Let me, who's your all-time greatest baseball player? No, hold on. I take that back. Mine's Hank Aaron.
By the way, can I say Frank's in town? He's signing at an ABC Liquor because he's got a vodka.
Yeah. Do you really want to promote it? Because the more we promote it, the more people might show up, which means might put you worser in line.
I don't know. Actually, the first person that told me about it was Lummy, and he found about it from Ashley because she knows I like Frank Thomas. Like people are looking out for me, Bubba.
Okay. Ashley's up on stuff, man.
Is.
Even sports.
She really is.
She
tries.
I love her.
Lummy knows I popped hard on it. I don't do anything, and I got really stoked.
Ashley gets pops. So what time do you want to leave just right after the show and we do our own after? We can
No. I will stay till like at least 11.
No. Why don't you just leave?
No, easy,
no,
big
hold
fella.
On. I'm just saying, why don't you just leave?
No.
Let me and the after show be me and the boys, except for you.
I have uncensored things I need to get out of my system.
Well, but the earlier you get there.
What? Listen, I don't think it's going to be a line down 4th Street. I don't know.
They haven't really promoted it hard.
Yeah. How about this? How about we do as soon as the show clears, Lummy, which takes about maybe 10 minutes?
Yeah, about that.
Okay. How about we do an early start, Seth, instead of screwing around till 10:30? How about we do how about we do a 10:10 start? And like a 10:10 to like 10:40, I got you out of here at 10:40.
I mean, I love it. I just know that the hard part is starting because sometimes you go in your chair.
No, I'm giving you my word.
Okay.
That's the way I think we can remedy this by having you and doing a good 30 or 40 minutes uncensored and getting you out at the time you wanted to get out.
Love it. Thank
Perfect.
you.
Let's go. Let me rat Mach. Let's try to do a quick turnaround. And have a 10-10 start. Hey,
They're always ready to go, Bubba. I think it's you.
You're right.
For a second.
You're right. Okay, you're right. Look at the girl on Fox, Dan.
I know. I saw her. I wanted to say something. I didn't want to interrupt you. She's beautiful. I know.
Bubba, you don't like her rig. That's the problem. I've sent it to you before.
She's got a big rig?
Yeah, she's kind of.
She's a little thick.
Yeah.
But she's cute. Like, nice hair.
Talking about rigs. How about the women's synchronized diving team's asses that are just hanging out, and then the cameraman's they're not even trying to be kayfabe about it.
No, they're on asses and all the shots. They're ass.
I didn't know divers wore thongs, man.
I didn't either.
Yeah, they got to keep aerodynamic.
So my mom, I go to see my mom on Sunday at Tara's house, and my mom first, because she knows how much of a sicko I am, she goes, Bubba, because Tara she's subscribed to the Peacock Network, so you can literally watch every Olympic event. Like, you just have to watch, I think, what is it? CNBC,
MSNBC,
USA Network.
USA, and, there's 3.
Every NBC, affiliate or something.
But they also have ones that aren't airing, because we have that. We watch it all weekend.
Yeah, so that's what Tara's been watching all weekend. So if you're a Peacock subscriber, you literally go to the screen on your TV, Lummy, and it could show you women's fencing. It just shows you.
Oh, dude, I was locked in on Serbia versus USA basketball at 11 a.m. and they didn't show that till 7 o'clock last night.
Yeah, so you can go to the Peacock Network and watch. I mean, God, they give you 50 or 60 things that
they show them live too. That's the whole thing.
Well, yeah, they show them live, but then if you've missed something,
it's on demand.
You can go back if you want to go watch the ping pong champions. Those ping pong dudes, man, really got me. Those guys are crazy.
I mean, one of the most boring thing I had to see was Joust?
Yeah, fencing. I watched the fencing.
Yeah.
And here's the thing: who in the hell, break dancing,
skateboarding?
Where do you find the
give me a break.
Satanic Baby Sacrifice channel? Where's that one on?
That's the opening, and that's the click in itself. We'll talk about that.
I think that's been getting erased
momentarily.
It is
because of the guy's testicle.
Yeah. So anyway,
sorry.
Anyway, Lummy, we'll do a quick 10-10.
Okay.
Listen, Macho Man will literally he'll program it, Seth, so the music comes on at 10-10. They're there.
Listen, there's Bubba. You don't
hard start 10-10.
You don't know because you're always in the chair, but Macho Man will come in here. Whether he's turning off the TVs and he'll kind of look at me and I'll go, Bubba's in his chair. He told me 10-10, but it's 10:30. But maybe it'll be 10:45. And he's like, all right, I know. And then
I need to get better on that.
Yeah,
okay,
Lummy does the
same
thing.
It's all right. You got to get your rest.
I'll work on that, my friends. Something make me better. Hey, I think I got John Morgan on this week via Zoom.
Awesome.
And I was going to have him on Thursday because, baby face, big liberal Willie. But John Morgan has made local news, well, maybe national news. National news because, John Morgan arguably has, even in they run spots in California. The spots that we see here in Florida on TV and radio, they run them in L.A. and New York, and he's got offices all over America.
I mean, John Morgan was on, Ingram and Jesse Waters. The two top spots on Fox.
There you go. So if I could, I texted him. I said, "Hey, John, love to have you on the air this week." He said, "Anything for you? Absolutely yes. Get with me on Monday." For time, I said, and then I said, "Can it be Zoom?" And he hasn't gotten back to me. He gets,
he'll do a Zoom.
Yeah, I'm sure he will.
He loves putting the face out there, the moneymaker.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm going to try to have him maybe let me, 9 o'clock on the dot and I'll clear everything pretty much. 9 or 9:15. I'll probably have him at 9:15, then be on break 7 at 9:15. And then we can run him clear to the top.
I wonder what he's doing with the money that he was going to give Joe Biden.
See, great questions for us to ask. To say, do you just not give? Do you just?
Does he throw it towards the legalizing marijuana? Does he throw it towards does he just keep it?
Kamala?
Yeah. Oh no, he's keeping it. That's why he's on the news.
Yeah, he last week when you were here, Dan, he made national news by saying, "I'm one of the largest Democratic." I mean, you know how much of a sling and D with he got Bill Clinton on the phone when I was in his office one time.
Right. He's an important person in politics.
Every Democratic candidate when they come to Florida, either setting precedent with Clinton and Obama being incumbents, or they all stay at John's house in Orlando when they're in Orlando.
That's a pimp.
I mean, he is when you can pick up the phone and get a hold of the president. That's next Dan.
Well, that's why you donate millions, Bubba.
I know that, but that's also next level like pimpness. Right?
Yes.
I mean,
yes,
you
absolutely.
can drive a Ferrari all you want, but can you call the President of the United States?
No, then you're a stud.
You can drive a smart car and still be a pimp with that, Lummy.
Yeah, you can.
So anyway, John Morgan, Dan got on a couple of big shows last week and said this Kamala Harris pick was not a pick of any of the Democratic donors. We didn't go to convention. This was a shove down. We
need a third party.
We need a third party. This is me. So me and
I applaud him for that. You know what I mean?
And he said me and a lot of my Democratic, big heavy hitters are not contributing to this cause. This is not what we wanted.
They did seem to shove it down everyone's throat. They didn't talk to anyone. They didn't have any kind of vote. They just made a decision. And they talk about, the importance of preserving democracy, yet they just did a plug and play like the presidential candidate's a running back. Like, we're going to take out Fournette and put this other guy in. You can't do that.
I will tell you this. I don't think J.D. Vance was the right pick. I'm not trying to I'm not trying to play politics. But based on, at that point, he didn't know that a woman was going to be his opponent. And
is this stuff he's saying now or stuff they're digging up
about?
No,
this is just my opinion.
Oh, no, I know, but they're saying he said call people cat ladies and that the women don't have kids. They're not worth anything.
He's got some stupid stuff that he said that's in play right now.
So is Kamala.
But yeah, I understand that. But I think that he's way far right. I think he's way too far right. He's way evangelical, like way right. And I think if at that time Trump didn't know Kamala was going to be the candidate, and I think Nikki Haley would have made a better choice with who your opponent ended up being. You got two, a lot of people look at it. Oh, you got two white guys. Running if we had Nikki Haley, now that helps the female factor. I think that not having a female on Donald's team right now could potentially hurt him with undecided females. Whereas if he had Nikki Haley or Tulsi Gabbard, I think that kind of evens that out a little bit. And both of those candidates are strong. Tulsi Gabbard and Nikki Haley are head and shoulders above Kamala Harris. In fact, didn't Tulsi Gabbard, Lummy, at the Democratic primary back in the day, or the vice presidential debate?
No, it was Democratic.
No, it was during the Democratic. Early on, and Tulsi Gabbard absolutely mopped the floor with Kamala Harris, saying
Kamala dropped out 2 days later.
That she put all these African-American men for just simple weed charges in Los Angeles in prison. So don't you come me rolling up in here and saying that you're, that you feel for African-Americans being in prison because you single-handedly put more African-Americans in prison for minor weed violations in California than any other Secretary General. Get the hell out of here, bitch, with that nonsense. I think she said that.
Once you get elected, can you fire your vice president?
Well, I'm thinking,
Yes.
Because he hated. I know he didn't like Mike Pence, but he kept. Pence stayed around.
Well, I mean, Dan, would it be catastrophic to the ticket if he was to make a vice presidential change? Because at that point, I guess Donald Trump, as narcissistic as he can't admit that he made a mistake.
I think it would be probably foolish for him to change, and I don't think his pick is as bad as you think it is. I think Tulsi has a little bit of luggage, and so does the other one. They both have luggage. Everyone's got luggage. Nikki Haley's got luggage. The problem is that no matter who you are, if you have an R in front of your name, they're going to highlight every single thing you did. And if you have a D in front of your name, they're going to hide everything that you did that's negative. It's amazing that Kamala wasn't even the border czar, even though the White House put out a statement that said that she was the border czar.
Well, she was the border czar before she wasn't the border czar.
I mean, that's ridiculous. And so
don't forget, tomorrow is today, and today is tomorrow, and tomorrow is yesterday's today.
And you can be based on what's never been. I mean, she's
quite the philosopher.
She really is.
You call her an idiot, I call her just an absolute philosopher.
She's an embarrassment.
A philosopher of stupid stuff.
Yeah. I mean, first of all, that she was so unfair to the black people that she overcharged and overcriminalized and overprosecuted
they say
in
that
California.
Biden was told when he picked her that he's picking, at that point, the most left senator in the entire country.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you are picking the most liberal. Why don't you pick? There's the woman from Michigan. There was a bunch of different options that she could have picked, a little more moderate liberal. But Kamala Harris is so. I mean,
now, did her family in Jamaica own slaves?
Yeah, that's the.
Okay, so she's a slave owner, and so she doesn't want to talk about that.
She's not really. Oh, she's Jamaican.
She's Jamaican,
and
which
Asian.
is, and by the way, Jamaican is still African of origin. There's no black people that were in Jamaica 10,000 years ago. That didn't happen. They all came from Africa. Jamaica was a stop in the slave trade, and they would go from Jamaica and they start. That's one of the first places they would start peeling off slaves and selling them.
I mean, they would like, it was more of a destination point for slavery, and then like a middle grounds, and then
it was south of the border on your way to Jersey.
They would dispatch them out from Jamaica.
That was one of the first stops. Yes. Mm-hmm.
You mean from Africa to Jamaica, and then Jamaica to wherever you may be going?
Yep.
Did some of them end up going anywhere but America?
Well, it's interesting. Different parts of Africa.
I'm just asking history-wise.
Yes, different parts of Africa fed different parts of the Western Hemisphere, and so some of the more southern tribes and cultures in Africa ended up in Brazil,
South America.
They went to Brazil, yes, and then some of the more Western and Northern tribes ended up in North America, and so different cultures ended up in different parts of Western of the Western Hemisphere.
Let me catch up and go to words. When I come back, I'm gonna play this chick who, this is the general consensus, but the one thing that a lot of people don't know is, Hogan obviously hates me because I did him dirty. I'm a bad best friend. But a lot of people don't realize that the reason why he got a divorce wasn't because he had sex with my wife.
Mm-mm.
Well, now see, this is what I understand. They're parading him through the RNC. He can come and go wherever he wants. He's an absolute superstar, as he should be.
Yeah.
But even prior to the sex tape, he did some stuff that I don't know that people should just be giving him a pass for. Will you find out what the girl's name was and how old she was? I'm going to go to words.
It
Just
was
give me
Christina, I think, too, right?
Yeah. I think her name was Christina. I think if you just Google, Hogan sleeps with daughter.
Oh, Christina Randall, the chick who did the YouTube video? Is that who you're talking about, Bubba?
Is that the one that Hogan slept with? Is that,
no, that's the one in front of you on the screen over your shoulder.
No. Hogan slept with one of Brooke's backup dancers.
Oh, okay.
That's what started his divorce. This woman talks about it. I'm going to play it next. I want you to know to see if they ever published that girl's age, if you can.
I'll try to find it.
All right.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Bubba's Olympic Meal, Tennessee Surf, Powwow, Ohio, 420. Jess Heath, Snizzle, Slazair, BJ Click, Esbel, Jim B. Doc Quantum. Haas 83, good morning.
Christina Plante.
What's up, Aaron?
Morning, Haas.
Red Wave. Good morning. Some Zersties. 69. What's up, Caviar Tacos? This is part 4.
JD's comeback with Kamala saying that he's against America. What has he done for America?
Yeah, he fought for the country.
And then he's like, what's she done?
Yeah.
With a big comeback.
The fuck has she done? Brian Gilson. It's like they waited for the Republicans to set up their offense before they're blowing in their defense.
Yeah.
You know? They're gonna call a timeout.
Well, it said she was 33 at the time.
She was 33?
Yeah. How old was he? So in 2007, let's see if we can find that.
Is he 70 now?
Yeah, I think he is 70 now.
So that's 17 years, so he was 53?
Yeah, so 53, she was 33.
That's
Pretty
gross,
pimp.
because
That's
he's
pretty
lived
pimp.
65 for his whole life.
Pretty pimp. It says he wanted to have a baby with her.
What's that?
It said he wanted to have a baby with her.
Well, when I throw it over to you, read it, okay?
Okay.
Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. Want me to watch any of the basketball?
A little bit of it. A little bit.
I would have put money on Serbia because I thought the Joker was going to carry them. And they were up like 6-0, and I go, oh, I should have bet on this. And then they got blown out.
Once I turned it on, it was obviously like the bet, and I'm like, I wonder what the fucking line was.
What was? Do you know what it was?
No, I don't know. That's right. I didn't.
I think the U.S. I mean,
It's super sad.
I think like Canada. There's a couple teams that are playing hard. So But
as a matter of fact,
looks like they have two teams that they're running. They like they run like 5 guys. They have Kevin Durant.
Yeah, and then they like bring up
Yeah. Kevin Durant, Anthony
They
Davis.
kind of stuck during the Dream Team. They were kind of like a 5. They had the starters and then Michael Jordan and then just move everyone else in.
I just don't know why they didn't play Tatum or Halliburton.
But when you find out more,
I mean, it made him look,
Howard Stern
made him
in
look
a
bad.
way type of
Maybe
thing.
just maybe that's another way they're doing it is to keep certain guys for certain teams.
And he was so burnt out
makes
by
sense.
his upcoming divorce from Linda that he
Versus
finally
days out, like they
gave
don't play
in
till
to
Wednesday or
Heather's
so, like so it's not like a rest thing, you know.
advances towards him.
Because
Now, when I first heard that, I was like,
But
please.
there's so many games, they have to use
I mean,
that
seriously,
stadium for other stuff, volleyball or shit.
She was just too much. I just couldn't help it. My friend gave me his blessing. But when you find out more, you find out he might just be telling the exact truth. See, Bubba the Love Sponge back then was this radio
He's the biggest export from Warsaw, Indiana.
Oh, yeah! Bubba the Love Sponge.
Now back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Go to our Facebook page and add to our viralness and look for, it's about 3 clicks down. Look for Colton is attacked in Warsaw, Indiana by the oldest, whitest, meanest people I've ever seen. And they were triggered by this question. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Can I ask you a question? That's what triggered the dude. That's it. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. May I ask you a question? Well, you ought to get that goddamn camera turned around. I'm going to beat your ass. Have you ever heard of a knuckle sandwich? I'll hit you right in the jaw.
Right in the kisser.
You stinking Iraqi. Dirty effing Iraqi. Get out of here, you Iraqi. Get that shiz out of here. It's posted on several of our places, but it seems to be going crazy on our Facebook page. So, of course, everything we got, X, Facebook, well, everything is the Bubba Army. The ladies of the BRN podcast, Heather Wiz, Maria Guatemala, the Merch Crick with a Phoebe Kicker, is currently up on our podcasting world. It literally, you can Google Bubba Army podcast. It'll take you to where you need. But there's, think what, 12, 13, 1,400 episodes, all types of stuff. Everything from Tigs and Bigs to Lummy's got a gimmick over there. And
I did a special one this week, and I did Eminem's top 50 songs of all time.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Good. From you, hosted by you? Like a Seth Kushner production?
Yeah.
Nice. Perfect. Were you just going to leave that, you weren't going to promote that? You were just going to leave it in as a, if you know, you know?
I just promoted it on my own social. I didn't want to bother the Bubba Army about it.
Well, they like you.
It's up there, like, for people that subscribe. I don't want to force every podcast down your throat. Like, you know, I like people that are subscribed and they check it out and they give me feedback without having to promote it.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, I did let people know.
Promoted it, though.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to tell you.
So, I got to think that this passenger may have pooped its pants. Because I think that's the only thing that would make a plane horror, as United Airlines flight is diverted midair to do to passengers' disgusting act. And they go on and talk about, they actually got audio, Lummy, I think they got audio of the captain calling the air tower to turn around, I think.
The doctor, and I talked to the crew, and it sounds like it's quite bad back there. It's still really bad. The crew is vomiting, and passengers all around are asking for masks, etc. And
you know, somebody probably had explosive diarrhea
or vomited, because if one person vomits, everyone around them starts vomiting.
Right.
Sounds like.
But vomit usually is a like. If I'm a flight attendant and I have some rubber gloves and a whole bunch of paper towels and some disinfectant, I could clean up some vomit, somebody else's vomit.
Yeah,
if I had like a mask on and my gag, but I think I could do it. I don't think I could clean up explosive diarrhea.
Well, I don't think the flight attendants, the stewardesses, really want to do either, and so they're used to the people coming in afterwards to clean up
and
the
they're
plane.
a little snowflakey.
Of course they are. They're not going to do their job.
All right.
I think 20-minute flight to Cleveland is probably the better option instead of going an hour and 40 to straight ahead to Boston. Especially with it kind of being a biohazard, I think we need to probably get this plane on the ground ASAP.
I mean, does biohazard?
It could be anything. Biohazard should be blood.
Right. Maybe the guy was a cutter and he cut himself.
Negative. It's just a biohazard issue. We've had a passenger who had diarrhea all the way through the airplane. So.
Oh, there you go. So Dan,
Okay.
there you go.
No, that was a different flight.
That was a different
Yeah.
one. Poop tends to be the deal. But people can sometimes deal with a little bit of blood, like if somebody cut themselves, and a little bit of vomit. But man, poop is where I draw the line. That's where I draw the line. I can't clean anybody. I cannot clean another human being. I can clean my kids' poop.
What about the dogs?
I can clean my own dog's poop. I don't want to clean your dog's poop, but
No.
I'll clean. But I will. It's just a dog.
Some people are speculating that it was puke and diarrhea.
Yeah.
At the same time.
A biohazard issue. We've had a passenger who had diarrhea all the way through the airplane, so they want us to come back to Atlanta. Negative. It's just a biohazard issue. We've had a passenger who had diarrhea all the way through the airplane, so.
Yeah.
They said excrement was dripping down the aisle.
Poop down the aisle.
They said offending excrement, which is implying diarrhea. It's pretty gross, and it's obviously a human natural function. It's not like no one in that plane's ever seen diarrhea before, but being in a little tube with no good ventilation, it would be disgusting.
Hey, I've pooped my pants a few times that were quite messy and smashed down my leg, and I could see where you'd turn a plane around. But, I just could, I had to jump in the shower and, wash your ass. Can you imagine, Lummy, you got another hour and 20 to sit, you're sitting in it, and it's hard telling if the guy's, passed out or whatever. I can't take poop. Rhett, now your mic's on because it's a little sportsy. Are the Rays are they fire sailing right now?
Yeah, I mean, they don't really think they can compete for much this year.
I mean,
they're still fighting to stay even.
They're 3 or 4 above. I think they're 3 games above 500, and they're only like 3.5 out of the wild card.
Yeah, and they're 8 back in first place. They don't see them. They're getting rid of the guys that just don't play the Rays way. That's my opinion. The Rays way, small ball, Kevin Cash. These guys were all power, man. They're making a lot of money. And
but it's not par for the course for them to do this every couple of years. It's always a move that's going to benefit them in a year or two.
Now, but is there any info on because they're on the first of all they got the Cubs third base. We swapped third baseman with the Cubs
with 2 prospects.
Now, is the guy we're getting from the Cubs as good as the guy we sent over?
I think long term
because the Cubs
long term with the prospects we got.
Right now he's batting 199.
Did you see the video of him getting he reacted to being traded mid-game. The guy we got from the Cubs, he was in the middle of a game when the news broke that he was traded.
Can you if it's out, send it to me, thanks.
Yeah, was he hugging? He was hugging the coaches and everything. They liked him. I mean, he had a career year last year.
Yeah.
He's young.
Well, I mean, but the guy we sent over is pretty good. Was he batting like 247, 16 homers?
Yeah, but I mean, he's a little older. This guy's younger. I think the guy we sent over.
Now, how about
the
prospect?
No.
How about the prospect? I mean,
I know we got
I guess the Rays always do pretty well when they get rid of that big sexy name and they got 2 no-name prospects because the Rays algorithm or whatever they built. They've ran those prospects through that algorithm, Willie.
These guys are both 25, by the way.
Is Ferrari 25?
Yeah, Paredes is 25.
There's no way that he's lying about his age on that one. That guy looks old.
Well, I'm just saying. I know. 25 is 25.
The problem with the Rays is, as a fan, as soon as you start learning these guys' names and becoming fans of them, they trade them away.
What was it, Randy?
Rosarena.
Wasn't he like, since Franco left, wasn't he kind of like the good? They had the Rosareno zone, and like he was the guy, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, he was the most popular. How much was he making? A lot of money?
I think he was due to make a good amount of money. I think both of them were due to make a good amount of money next year.
Oh, so that's what we do. We play them clear to All-Star break / trade deadline on their final year that they're cheap, and then we get rid of them at the trade deadline when next year's big money Willie kicks in, right?
Yeah.
I think we did it with Glasgow, right?
Yeah, well, Glasnow, I think, was going to be making like $26 million a year.
Now, did you see where Blake Snell, now he's not, former Ray, he's not happy, and San Fran once traded. Did you see that?
Of course.
Is he a head case or what?
He's a good pitcher. I mean, yeah, he wants to be traded. I mean, he's not happy. He wants to go back. I think he wants to go back to AL East. He wants to go to like the
Red Sox, Toronto,
or
Baltimore.
Even, or LA. They're all looking to get a really big payday.
It seems like the Dodgers are kind of like the Yankees of the National League, and they just they're headed up by the former Ray president, right? Silverstein, Friedman, Alex Friedman.
Now they got a big
Andrew Friedman.
And basically, don't the Dodgers have an absolute, doesn't matter how much it costs, we'll pay the luxury tax, open checkbook, right?
Yeah, I don't think they care about salary cap.
Right. Meanwhile, I mean, we actually, we got to like flirt around that, 80, 90 million deal, or we can't make our numbers work, right?
Well, that's why the Rays do this too, because when you think about it, these guys' contracts are up. They're going to have to get paid by somebody, and, they can only compete for so long with these guys, I guess. Like, if they're just getting older and they're taking up payroll and you don't have a team around them, then what's the point of fielding them?
Yeah. Well, I hope it all works out. It seemed like they got rid of 2-3 dudes.
Yeah, they got rid of their bigger names. They still could trade their closer. I think Fairbanks.
What?
And, one other guy. They could. He's in talks.
Yeah, Fairbanks I think was crying on TV last night too.
Well, that was because of his daughter.
Yeah,
they died.
What happened?
And that was a cool.
His daughter died.
Well, a couple years ago, I believe, of some disease.
This off season.
Yeah,
that's sad.
And they got a charity for it, and I don't remember what the incentive was, but they donate a bunch of money.
Well, they gave his bobblehead away too.
Well, he's still a Ray though, right?
As of right now, yeah.
Yeah, as of now, but last night was probably his last game.
You think he's on? What's it, Tuesday? I think it's Tuesday at
the 31st.
It's Wednesday, like at 4 p.m. Eastern or something. You have to have all your trades in, right?
Yes.
You can't do any more trading.
Yeah.
How much did the Rays save in salary cap? Probably a ton.
Yeah, especially getting rid of Eflin too.
It doesn't matter how much you save. There's no salary cap in baseball, and they're not even close to going over. So.
No, yeah, but they'll get more money from the other teams.
They just gave the double tall man to all the fans, though. So it just shows that they don't care about the rest of the season. They don't care about the popular players. It's frustrating to be a Ray fan. And now they want to build a new stadium in the remote St. Pete downtown, which is far away from all the people. It's stupid.
If you look at the game this weekend, if anybody saw any footage,
yeah,
they had a great crowd. They had the Reds in town all weekend, which most of the fans might have been Cincinnati fans.
But they took 2 out of 3.
But one, they took 2 out of 3. But a couple of those guys aren't on the team anymore. And the other thing is, Lummy, I mean, it looks like more than ever that the community is supporting them. Even at that 500 ball, the stands look fuller than they usually do.
Well, what are your thoughts on the ballpark deal?
I would like to see him get it done. I think it would make more sense if it was in the. I think the ultimate place to build a ballpark would be in the right by where the amphitheater is in the fairgrounds area, because you can draw from Orlando, from Ocala north, Orlando east, and Naples, Fort Myers south, and all in that I-475 corridor.
Well, they're going to vote to finalize it tomorrow, county commission vote, but a lot of people say that that's just a formality at this point. I think most people are expecting them to approve a stadium in St. Pete.
Yep.
Yeah, but I don't think St. Pete, I remember watching.
I think by tomorrow it'll be a done deal.
I know, but St. Pete, I don't think geographically betters themselves to draw the largest amount of people. Look at Amalie Arena. That's not even the easiest place to really get to, but just based on being centrally located and having a good product, the Lightning obviously have been one of the best teams this last 10 years. They won two Stanley Cups in the last 10 years.
They've been to 4 since 15.
Yeah.
Right.
And I mean, it also helps that there's so much to do. around that part of town. Like the Bucks are obviously going to be in the crosshair now because if the Rays get this done, they've talked about all the work they want to do that to that area, make it like a Sparkman Wharf, mini mall deal, right?
But I just still think I remember seeing this one report where they took like a compass and they put it on the stadium and they drew a 50-mile radius upon every ballpark. The population upon a 360-degree radius of, the ballpark population-wise, and the Rays are last by like 3 times.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Because you got to understand, you're on a peninsula. You're on a peninsula, and realistically, going to a Rays game is only convenient from people that live from Clearwater south.
It's a peninsula on a peninsula.
Right.
It's a double peninsula. It's so isolated.
Right. So, like, you got probably within a 50-mile radius, you probably have 60 or 70% of that's water, uninhabitable, right?
Yeah.
And it's ridiculous.
It's Sternberg, man. Sternberg needs to sell the team.
I mean,
he won't though.
I don't think the Ybor location makes sense. I think putting it out and there's no plans. Like there's nobody even talking about that. Putting it out by the amphitheater. Like nobody's talking about that.
It's too late now.
I had a couple friends that work for the county, and they were telling me that there's a couple county commissioners that were talking that they didn't even really make a bid because without Vinnick does not want another team in Tampa. Unless he owns it.
Oh, okay.
He got enough property. He would actually if he could buy the Rays, then he would.
Hold on.
Sternberg won't sell it.
I'm all for Vinnick buying the Rays because Vinnick is not afraid to spend money. Vinnick understands real estate and development, and look what Vinnick had. Took over the Lightning after. Orrin Cools and some other dude had it.
Orrin Cools and Lundberry. Yeah,
they had it, took it over, and has made it. I mean, my Lord, we are absolutely one of the most dominant franchises. Since Vinnick bought it, we probably are top 5 in overall record. Did Vinnick ever have any lean years, Seth? Did he ever have any? I don't think he had any lean
here.
Yeah,
no, not that I know of.
I mean, I think they've always been 500 to almost a playoff team.
Oh, the team's been very competitive, since he got here. But I mean, he started doing his work in downtown Tampa. I feel like almost a year or two after he got here.
Yeah,
he's been a great guy.
Well, supposedly Vinnick he has a bunch of real estate, obviously downtown still, and he had plans to put a baseball field if he could buy the team. But Sternberg won't sell it to him.
Sternberg, that son of a bitch. You are just. I just think that you're
He's a New York douchebag.
Yeah, I think you know what. There you go. Hold on, I think we should end right with that. That's what you are, a New York douchebag. Whereas Vinnick is a Boston not douchebag.
Correct.
Usually it's Boston's the douchebag, New York ain't. But in this case, it's New York's the douche, and the guy from Boston's cool.
When's the last time Boston did anything to piss you off, though? But New York's doing stuff to piss us off every week.
I mean, next to the Glazers absolutely came in, did the right thing by the Bucks, spent the infrastructure to build them a practice facility. I think they paid for a portion of Ray J. I think they did. They have been outstanding. Started foundations. They've just been took the team to won a couple championships. I mean, the Bucks at one time, Dan, I know your dad was there during these times, but they were the absolute laughing stock of the NFL.
Oh, yeah. They were the worst franchise in the NFL. They were the least valuable franchise in the NFL. They sucked.
I mean, they had one good year in 79 when they got beat 9-0 during torrential downpour against the Rams for the NFC Championship game. But from like 1976 to like 2000, we sucked.
For 24 years, we were only good like 2 or 3 of those years. The rest of it sucked. It was a drought.
And then the Glazers come in here, man. That's because they had a guy named Hugh Culverhouse. God bless his little soul, but he wasn't the best owner of all. We could have had Bo Jackson, and because Hugh Culverhouse was so racist, or had this racist opinion, and that is, Bo Jackson was already married in college.
Yeah, he was married to an African American woman that he still is. That's the whole rumor about Culverhouse. Culverhouse screwed him though because he had him fly on the plane. That's what it was.
Oh, so hold on. Culverhouse sends a private plane to Auburn and says, "We want to fly you to Tampa for you to look at the town, look at the city."
Yep.
And Bo says, "I don't think I can fly on a private plane. I think that jeopardizes my eligibility for spring baseball."
Sure does.
And Culverhouse is like, "No, we've already looked into it. The NCAA knows about it. So, when the owner tells you that, you assume that it's true, right?"
Yeah.
Bo gets on it, comes down here. Him and Culverhouse don't jive at all.
He could have been racist, but at the time, that's not what it was.
They're just not jiving.
Yeah.
But, whatever. Comes to find out, by the time the plan landed back in Auburn and he went to go to the game the next day, the NCAA had already rendered him uneligible, and he blew his senior year of his Auburn baseball career.
He loved playing baseball.
So he told, and this is how stupid Culverhouse was. And Dan, I'm not trying to be disrespectful to Culverhouse because I know your dad had a great relationship with him, and he's the one that gave your dad a chance. But he did make some boneheaded moves, and he told Bo. Bo Jackson told him, Mr. Culverhouse, and Bo Jackson's super polite. Like,
he's quiet and polite.
Very polite, very quiet. And I think that I saw the actual quote on 30 for 30. He said he called up and spoke to Mr. Culverhouse himself, and he said, "Mr. Culverhouse, with all due respect, please do not draft me because I will never play football for you or the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Mm-hmm.
Please understand, I'm not joking. This is not, please do myself a favor. Do not draft me because I will not play for you. Thank you, sir. Goodbye." Well, Hugh, oh man, that's just some kid doesn't like Tampa. We offer him 1 point. Like back then, you're lummy. Like if you made $1 million, you were like the highest paid player or whatever the hell.
Stud.
We're gonna offer him $1.5 million. Highest paid guy ever drafted. He'll come. They drafted him number one. Listen, how valuable is a number one? Seth, a number one overall. You can't even put a value on that.
No.
Jesus. And so they got number one overall, wasted on Bo Jackson. Bo Jackson says, "I'll report to, the Kansas City Royals instead."
Yeah, and they gave him $1 million.
Yeah, and never played a down of football. Never even came to Tampa. And then the next year in the supplemental draft, the Raiders, it was like the 6th round or 5th round, Lummy. And nobody thought Bo was going to play. They're like, Bo ain't going to play football. They just, drafted Bo Jack. Sure enough, he showed up as a Raider. God, if he wouldn't have had his hip blowed out.
He was awesome.
Oh, my God. 4.1940. 4.1940.
And a big guy doing that.
At 225.
Right.
On his pro day, I just saw this thing. I was watching it, a few weeks ago. On his pro day at Auburn, they're like, "Hey, man, will you run a 40?" And it was after practice, and he had his pads on, and he's like, "No, I ain't running a 40. I'm not running a 40. I'm tired." And I guess his coach took him aside and said, "Hey, Bo, just go out and run a 40. Just please. It'll help the other guys that are recruiting. When they came down here to see you, if they have a good experience, we'll have more pro days. But lots of riding. A lot of guys are counting on you because if he runs a 40 that makes the scouts happier and they may show up the next year.
Yeah, of course.
If he doesn't, they're like, screw this. We're not coming to see any Auburn guys. He runs with pads. A 4.1940.
I don't want to upset Bo Jackson, but it was a 4.13, Bubba. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
I'm not trying to, but
Okay.
that's even better. Yeah.
All right, so he ran a 4.13.
Yeah.
Wow.
In pads. And so all the NFL guys tell the coach, "There's no way. Somehow we miscalculated. We hit the button too soon. We're we've never seen anything like this. This is just an absolute freak of nature. There's no way that our stopwatches are right." So Lummy, remember he ran it again.
Yep.
And that was the 4.18.
Yep.
The second one was a 4.18.
Still, that's.
Still just
ridiculous.
In pads at 2:30.
It's crazy.
God, what a freak.
I know.
Dion often says when I've talked to him on the phone, or had him on the air. He's like, Dion, the greatest athlete of all time, overall athletes. There's only two people. I mean, I guess Jim Thorpe. We were not around. We weren't around Jim Thorpe deal. But they say the greatest modern day athlete of all times is between two people, Bo Jackson and Dion. And Dion publicly says he's number 2.
To Bo?
Yep. He's like, not even, Dion even says it's not even a close second. He's like, man, it's Bo. I mean, even Dion says that. Did you ever watch some of the Kansas City Royals strikeouts when he gets mad and he literally breaks the bat over his head?
Oh, yeah. It's
like an
it's so
absolute,
easy, too.
like just an absolute monster, beast.
He was a beast.
Oh.
Cannon of an arm.
Oh, remember that one throw out from third?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he did have one. Might have been
field.
right.
Well, right field, and he had one in left, too, where he threw out Harold Raines Jr. from Harold Reynolds, from outfield, and gunned him out at home from second.
I think nowadays he just stays in. I think he lives in the Chicago area, and he just he likes bow and arrows, and he makes his own arrows and stuff like that.
I think he owns a chicken company too now.
Oh, he does?
Yeah, I think so.
I want to buy me some Bo Jackson chicken immediately. So, Lummy, this is this girl that has 1.36 million, former ex-con. I guess all you got to do is be hot and be in prison and talk about some prison stories. But she now, of course, she's got a great moral compass now, huh?
Yeah, how many broomsticks did she make friends with in prison?
Yeah, I mean, who are you to judge me? I mean, I may have done some shady stuff sexually, but I've never been in prison. They tried to put me in prison 4 times. I know, actually 2. And I beat it.
Every time.
So, somebody sent me this. I wanted to play it. I found it interesting. We'll get into it next. Then we got to get into the Olympics opening ceremony where they're making fun of. Didn't they have a guy's testicle sack hang out?
Yeah, but that's okay. It's the Olympics.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
See that one happening.
When are they going to bring Caminero up?
I can see that happening probably end of August.
I mean,
give him a chance. I mean, they did with Crawford back in the day at 19.
No, he's right. I mean, he's having a good year in the minors.
Howard Stern in a way type of thing, and he talked very openly about.
I feel like if we're trading fanfare, we should just start bringing a couple.
Get people to know.
Look at that pit stain.
So whatever type.
Oh my God.
Okay. However, Holt's obviously having issues, just stuff, and he's obviously probably got his ways about him too. He's going over to his friend's house. His friend's like, "Hey, buddy, listen. You need to take a load. My wife is going to help you relax. Go on in the room or whatever, and she's going to take care of you," type of thing. Now, Holt says that he had no idea that he was being videotaped, and that he definitely did not consent to him. Found out that he had been filmed. Excerpt from the 30-minute long video, and wrote this long article describing in Gawker, published a 4th of 2012, that Holt, according to him, found out that he had been filmed.
Hey, Chief Charlie.
From the 30-minute count that he had been filmed. Years later, when this editor named AJ from his friend's wife, and wrote this long article.
They beat me into managing a pizza place, but not making a pizza.
Sitting there.
Let's do a chance.
Woman, and he's talking to her about his ate this much today, I better film, and Bubba just walking in and out of the room. Hulk originally agreed to which the Hulk had been in the public about things that we said or being Florida State Court. Yeah. We'll take this secret recorded video of you all, but we're going to leave people. This is it. This is his friend. This is Hulk's friend. Again, I want to reiterate the moral aspect of this.
These?
What up, Charlie, Paul, and Brian?
Trey Roberto. Coach G, Charlie 2 on 5. Todd Stoltz, $250 in the Venmo.
Damn.
Thoughts and wishes to your future mother-in-law. Thank you, Todd Stoltz.
What up, Hoss? Thanks for grabbing that card.
Allegedly, I don't know, my unprofessional opinion.
Jay Bowler.
Jay Buller, talking about Colton Ledbetter on the Rays and the Miners.
Of the video camera in the bedroom, which I think, relax. Bubba did end up making a statement, and he did
Big and greasy, it's still got to be vascular necrosis in the hip. Today's medicine would fix that.
Yeah, I got a couple of his cards.
Who, Colton Ledbetter?
Colton Ledbetter and Braden Taylor and Chandler Simpson. I'm big on. Chandler Simpson's got like 70 stolen bases.
He's the biggest Longhorn Steakhouse groupie. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show. We'll do an after show at 10:10 today. That'll be on Rumble, YouTube, Facebook, X, Twitch, Bubba Army HQ, iTunes, wherever.
Todd Stoltz, $250 on the Venmo.
Oh my God. Thank you, my friend. Thank you so much. So, as I was, I had a little time to be on my phone this weekend in the middle of our catastrophic family issue that's going on. As I've been in some hospitals, not nearly the amount that the poor Merch Crick has been. Whew. And then Tara went with the Merch Crick. The Merch Crick was so upset last night and she knew not to call me. Not that I wouldn't have been there, but I don't have my phone on. I literally turned my phone off. But maybe I should have left my phone on now, shouldn't I have? Maybe I'm a dick.
No, you're good.
I'm just saying I had to, I had to.
What's more important, your mother-in-law's health or your job?
Some people are wondering, Bubba, if they wanted to send flowers, where can they send them?
She's not allowed to have any flowers.
Gotcha.
Just
there you go.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Just your well wishes. Merch Crick's got her little Facebook page going. Her Facebook page, I think, is Merch Crick. So go over there and wish her well if you could. She's really been a trooper. She's been the rock of the family that has been there for all of this craziness. So Virginia was supposed to be transported yesterday at 5. Then the doctor comes in, says, no, we're not doing it. So they had to wait for a new doctor. And then today at 5, they finally got her, and she's now, resting comfortably, and her vital signs are stable. And so Dan, they got her on a vent. And they got her on then an extra tube that goes into her lung, and then they have her in
the chest tube
in a medical coma
and ECMO.
With the ECMO machine. Now, is the ECMO machine something that is it?
It's blood.
It's blood.
Mm-hmm.
So is it basically kind of taking your blood and cleaning it and then putting it back in you?
Putting oxygen in it, yes. Well, it's not cleaning it. Cleaning it's like something that your kidneys and liver do, but it's there to.
But aren't they taking some of the? Aren't they
taking
the
blood
carbon
out? They're taking blood out, taking out the carbon dioxide.
So they are cleaning it. They're taking out the carbon dioxide, and then oxygenating the blood that goes back in.
Oxygenating, yes. And it's really easy because you take out the carbon dioxide as you're putting in the oxygen at the same time. It's
Right.
kind of, it's
It's kind of
displacing.
like when I do my double red blood cells. It sucks some out, and then it stops sucking, and it processes it, and the platelets, and then it throws the platelets back in, and then sucks out some more red stuff. Is that kind of how it does it? Maybe
It runs through membranes, and it just puts oxygen back in the blood, which pushes the CO2 out. It's all
now
done
is
in
it
one move.
intravenously, or is it just through
It's
the
arterial. No, it's arterial. It's not even a vein. It's arterial.
I
It's
don't know.
an arterial line.
I don't know what that means.
Well, most times when you get an IV, they shoot a vein, right? You get the IV in a vein.
Right.
It's low pressure. This is through a central line, which goes right into your artery.
I
your
think that's where
subclavian
they
artery.
put a PIC line in her.
Yeah, no.
They put a PIC. I guess they put a PIC line for this.
Maybe probably more than a PIC line. Probably like a subclavian or internal jugular vein.
All right. So
line.
is that all sketch?
Yeah, it's very sketchy. They have to use a massive vein or an artery for that thing to work.
So do you think it's in her neck, or do you think it's like in her leg?
Probably
or?
in her neck. It's either right above her clavicle in her neck itself, or right below her clavicle in the subclavian.
And what procedurally as a doctor, you having worked in the ER for 6 years?
Yeah, a lot of years.
How do you hook a person up to the what's it called, the machine? The
ECMO.
The ECMO machine. How do you like tell me?
Well, you need a double access. You need access out and access in. So you need a great central line with more than one lumen, a multi-lumen central line, which is a giant IV that goes into the subclavian vein.
Now, when you say you're understanding, where's the subclavian?
Under your clavicle, subclavian.
So like right where your chest is, like
right below your clavicle. If you put your finger right underneath your clavicle, that's where the subclavian is. And so you get on the right side.
kind of like where your Heimlich would be.
No, up high in your neck. Look where I'm pointing, like right here about your collarbone, right where your necklace hits. So right underneath where your necklace would go.
I don't have a collarbone.
Okay.
I got too much meat in there. But I think I know where my collarbone's supposed to be. Like, look at me right here. Look up. No, look at me.
It's up there.
No, look
it's
at
up
me.
There. Yeah, it's up there.
Is that it right here?
Yeah.
Yeah. So right underneath
right
that.
Underneath that. You go about halfway across and you aim for the throat. And you put this giant needle in there, and you shoot for blood.
And that's what my poor little Virginia's going through right now.
Yeah, and then once you get the vein, you put a different, you put like a needle, like a wire cannula in there, and then you run this bigger IV through it until it goes in, and then you suture it in. It's a big I used to run central lines all the time.
I know, but it's
I was pretty good at getting it. But they probably dropped her lung putting in the central line.
What do you mean dropped her lung?
Well, you said she has a collapsed lung, right?
Well, she's had that.
For how long?
She's had that for a day.
Okay, because they put a central line in her, and they collapsed her lung putting in the central line. That was probably an injury from the central line, because about 1 out of every 10 central lines pops a lung.
So you're saying that yesterday
the jobber student put in the central line and popped a lung, and then they had to put a chest tube in.
Now,
for that.
is it not just you're trying to say that she just couldn't have, based on how sick she is,
spontaneously ruptured a lung? No, that doesn't do that. Pneumonia doesn't spontaneously give you a pneumothorax. Putting in the central line.
They said that her collapsed lung was from honeycombing.
I don't believe it.
Okay, sorry.
I think it's from someone's central line, probably student Jesus.
Okay. So anyway, she's got that. Now, is she with being on this ECMO machine? Does that raise her chances, on survival?
The fact that she needed an ECMO machine shows you how sick she really is.
Right.
The fact that they got her on one shows that they're trying to salvage things.
Right. Now, what about? And this has all been discussed with the family. So I'm not saying anything that we haven't discussed, but like they say people can live with one lung.
Oh yeah.
All right. So would that be a possibility where this ECMO machine gets her good lung going real good and the second lung either is not repairable or do they just, take it out? Or they block it off? Or how does that work out? When a person lives with one lung, how do you do that?
Usually when someone lives with one lung, it's because they had a pneumonectomy or a lung removed because of cancer or something.
Right. So,
but you have to have a good half lung. So if you have like a 50-year-old with cancer in one lung and the other lung is in pretty good shape, then yes, that guy can live without one lung. But an old person doesn't have a lot of reserve and has, a lung that's useless and a lung that's, 40% useful. They can't live on one lung.
Right.
And so they need a lung transplant.
Now, how common is that?
Rare. They didn't even do them until 20 years ago. So it's a relatively new operation.
Right.
I mean, they weren't doing liver transplants until 45 years ago. I mean, these transplants that we were taking for granted right now are relatively new. They're just in the last 50 years.
And it's just because of what technology that we've learned, or
and it's really all about rejection and matching. Those are the two big things that have changed. We've gotten better at matching, and we've gotten better at preventing rejection.
They did say if you're on the lung transplant list. See, again, these are some conversations we've had to have. Just aren't.
What a conversation to have, to being on a lung transplant list. A conversation you never dreamed you would have had a week ago.
Right. So you can understand why Merch Crick is just, about ready to have a nervous breakdown. Hearing, the doctors, your mom's in a medical induced coma. She's got a collapsed lung. They're talking about putting her on an ECMO machine. There's like a 60% survival rate on that deal or something. I don't know. I could be wrong. And then if that doesn't work, potentially a lung transplant. And so you start having those conversations, man. Whew, that's It's tough.
She's sick. She's really, really sick. And I wish her the best. It's very scary.
We did find out some kind of good news. I hope we don't have to go down the lung transplant path. That just sounds so. So anyway, if you are in the ICU and you immediately need a lung, you go on a higher priority list than those that are just running around looking for, with
like emphysema.
Right. So I did know that. So. Anyway, enough of that. I want to try to be positive. So I get sent this this weekend. This woman is an ex-con.
Yes.
And she all of a sudden now wants to talk about the Hulk Hogan sex tape. And I kind of just went to a couple different spots. It's a 34 minute. She goes and talks about the history of Hogan and Linda and the reality show and Hogan wrestling and all that kind of stuff. But I went through and just kind of picked out the high spots. And these are what, again, the thumbnail is set up and exposed by his best friend. Everybody thinks that from soup to nuts, there's only one person that did all this. Of course, when Heather testified, she said she didn't know anything about it. Whatever. But most people think that I'm the bad guy. I did it all. I did the coercing of Hogan to come over. I did, YouTube blast all you want. I recorded it, transferred it to DVD, and then started brokering it to stab because I was going to retire. It was my retirement fund. I was going to retire. Well, had I did all that, I think I'd probably be in jail right now. Because didn't the FBI do an FBI sting on those that tried to profit from this? And because it was just two regular dudes, they let go? Because the victim, the person that they ripped the tape off, the person that you stole the video footage from, wasn't just Joe Blow down the road or good guy. It was, or, Vinny Testaverde, or, Vinny LeCavier, or some well-liked people in town. It was from the guy that's the most hated loudmouth on the radio in the history of Tampa, Florida, Bubba the Love Sponge, who had a known conflict with the state attorney who had tried to put him in jail 2 different times. And when that guy's the victim, they let the bad guys off. And you know what? I get blamed for that too. A lot of people don't know this, though. I did find this interesting. I did know this, but at least this ex-con, this Christine Randall, thinks that this ex-con thinks that she's got it all figured out. But the bad thing about it is, this is what everybody thinks.
Yeah.
Just super sad, super devastating. He was underage. I mean, just
Terrible, 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 terrible. That same year, Hulk allegedly cheated on his wife, Linda, with a friend of his daughter's. Okay, talk about the scandal of scandals, okay?
See, people don't, when he was invited to the RNC to be Johnny Good Guy, All-American Beer Willie, people forget that the reason why Linda left him to begin with was because of this.
Terrible, terrible. That same year, Hulk allegedly cheated on his wife, Linda, with a friend of his daughter's. Okay, talk about the scandal of scandals, okay?
This girl was Lummy, I think you got the report. She was a backup dancer for Brooke.
Oh, she was a friend and manager of Brooke, and it looked like Hogan wanted to have a baby with her.
Really?
Yeah, it looks like he was kind of desperate to have a successor for his wrestling legacy.
No, I don't know. I don't know if I necessarily is that her testimony?
That's what it says. Rumors that know her said that's what it was.
How old was he and how old was she?
Seth, what'd you say he was?
He was 51.
Oh yeah, we did 50. Yeah, like 54.
He was 54.
And she was 33.
She was 33.
Yeah.
He was underage. I mean, just terrible, 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 terrible. That same year, Hulk allegedly cheated on his wife, Linda, with a friend of his daughter's. Okay, talk about the scandal of scandals, okay? Now, I do want to say that this friend of his daughter's was 33 years old, allegedly, because when you say friend of daughters, you start thinking, but allegedly it was a 33-year-old friend of Hulk's daughter, and Hulk denied it. He said that this never, ever happened. He did not have this affair. Regardless of what really happened, this is what ended up leading Linda, Hulk's wife, for filing for divorce after 24 years of marriage together. It is also said that Hulk only kept about 30% of their marital assets, and that
she did. She cleaned his house. She got 70%, and then supposedly, Lummy, she got 40% of the sex tape.
Really?
So I don't know what she's mad about.
Yeah, but if you got to go a lifetime of having that walrus on top of you, you deserve some cash.
Yeah.
$10 million
that walrus
in the divorce settlement, and Linda got everything else. Okay, so remember that. Hulk then went on to marry a woman named Jennifer.
All right, we can fast forward that, Lummy.
This lady's voice is annoying.
Yeah, well, she's an ex-con.
She's from Pensacola.
Yeah, she's from Pensacola. Lummy, then she goes on to lay all my bad stuff out, I think.
Talked very openly about.
All right, so hold on here. Next, I got to find here. She gets into my nonsense and how much of a numbnut I am. Here we go.
That's their business, you know. So morally, you can judge that part. But the guy Bubba, that was his friend.
Right here. You can almost have this. You can almost have this as a drop.
Boy, they got you looking like a bad guy, Bubba.
They do. They got me looking like a bad guy.
You look like a dick there.
The guy Bubba. They tried to. They don't want me to look like a good guy.
No.
He said that he took that video, he turned it into a DVD, and he wrote Hogan on it.
That's all true. Gotta own that. Did it.
Okay.
That's not illegal. Well, I guess it probably is. He
said that he threw it in a desk drawer somewhere.
Do you dispute that?
So he tried to make it seem like, in my opinion, that somebody stole the video from him.
Now, hold on. He tried to make it seem, isn't there FBI? And listen, everybody go ahead and just ride the straight middle fence. Don't be on my side. But let me just give you these stats. Isn't there a 31-page Tampa police report and also FBI reports stating that this tape was stolen by Matt Lloyd? Isn't there testimony from police officers and investigations that state that?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Is that rhetorical? I don't know.
No, I'm asking you. Dan, do you know?
I don't know. I haven't seen the police report, but I know that they've said that.
Yeah, there's a 31-page police report. There's also FBI testimony to validate that Matt Lloyd stole the tape.
Well, listen, I just did a quick a Google search who stole the Hulk Hogan sex tape, and it says former employee of radio jockey. So it took me 1 second to research that.
I know. But this ex-con doesn't want to research. She just wants to put it all on me. Listen.
Or somewhere. So he tried to make it seem like, in my opinion.
But you can tell, Dan, she doesn't really know what she's talking about, because how many times is she saying that?
That somebody stole the video from him, and that's how it anonymously got to this Gawker media source. However, in one of the...
So it's just that's what the average person thinks.
Mm-hmm.
And we're so close to this situation, and listeners of my show and people that watch my videos, and even you guys in this room probably say, like, oh my God, quit talking about it.
No.
But I'm just like, no, I'm just saying, like, when you got people that are major influencers that are continuing to just not have it right, and I just want to write. I just want the right story out there.
I think it's going to be tough though, Bubba, to get the public to see it the exact way that you see it. Like some people are just going to think that it's your fault and that you're the one that gave the tape to Gawker, and that's that.
Here's the thing: I want them to think one less thing. I want them to think that it's my fault, that I'm the scumbag that allowed it to happen. One, I'm the scumbag that allowed it to happen. 2, I recorded it. 3, I transferred it to disk. 4, I didn't secure it. Yeah, that's all me. And I only have myself to blame. I am the dumbest piece of shiz ever to think that any of those 4 are cool. But had nobody ripped it off from me, then the world would have never... You think I was going to let that thing out? You think I was going to... What?
You think you would have told me about it?
No, I would have destroyed it eventually. Like I should have.
Yeah, not if we had one big pleasure party before we burned it.
No. And here's the thing. I've seen articles where they're like, Bubba Whitten told Lummy, you worked here. Did you ever hear about it?
No.
They're like, Bubba Whitten told everybody at work. I didn't tell anybody at work. It didn't even end up here at work until Heather and I filed for divorce in October in September of 11.
It was in the house the whole time?
It was in the house the whole time. I didn't tell anybody about it.
I mean, the rumor that was going around the studios back then was just you and Hogan doing it.
Me and Hogan, like we were gay?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Why didn't you take me aside?
Well, that was listen. I was number 1 on the lowest of the totem pole.
I'd
there.
be like, hey, Lemmy, what do you need? Hey, Bob, I just want to let you know. Hold on here. Let me pack up this shirt here. 25. Put some postage on this. Hey, Bubba. I just want to tell you something. What, Lummy? What? Listen, everybody around work here, everybody's afraid to tell you, but I'm not, because I'm loyal to you, even though you don't know who I am. And you made a bear almost completely eat my chest off. But everybody thinks you and Hogan are gays, gay guys.
And then
then I'd be like, Lummy, do they think that I'm the boy or the girl?
Oh God,
you're the girl.
You were the catcher.
Yeah, of course.
I'm the girl on that.
Oh yeah,
come on.
And I would have been that guy the next day on the show being told, and guess what? Everyone would have hated me in the back.
Well, what's more important? Everybody in the back hating you or me hating you?
Lummy just waited for all of those people to slowly leave over the last 15 years, and now he'll tell you the truth.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
I mean, I'm sorry, Bubba. They got to put you as the girl with Hogan. I mean, it's just... He was the epitome of masculinity.
True Disney film.
I am a real American. Fight for the right of every man. Man, it's either that or Lee Greenwood song. That's the greatest American song ever.
So this is why I don't believe what's his name is was born in '99. Do you know when he got signed to play with the Cubs? It was 2015.
When Brady's?
Yeah, Brady's.
2015, so that's 9. So he would have been, what, 16?
16 playing already.
You can sign guys internationally.
You can.
16.
Yeah, but he was already like.
Did LeBron not stand during the national anthem in the Olympics?
Like he was already like when the Cubs traded him into the Padres, I think it was, and then he was like actually playing in the minor league at like 18 then, 19.
Okay.
But like still, that's usually those 16-year-old guys stay in developmental camps until they're 18.
Well, he's just so far ahead of where Morel is. I mean, I know they're listed as the same age, but
He's like fucking in person.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the Cubs got him for the future. The Cubs made that move. They're trying to.
The Cubs had him in first too.
Yeah.
But I just was looking at. I looked that up during the last break, and I'm like, he's 16 and he's playing. I'm like, normally they keep in that 2-year development, like kind of like, I'm like, and the guy already. I thought he was like 30 when I saw him.
Yeah. No, Morel's. I mean, yeah, and also Morel's good. He's just. I mean, it's just to me when you're 25, 26, you probably are already. You probably would already be showing your potential,
Yeah.
So if he's batting 199 at 25, 26, it's just like I don't know. It's just.
It's not the best.
But I'm an average. I like average. People.
Well, yeah, because everyone's now going after home runs.
Yeah, they might be looking at his exit velo or something.
Well, I think he last year was about 240 with like.
Yeah, I think he was a rookie last year.
30 something home runs.
parameters.
Yeah.
Judge people. It's interesting.
I know. Especially for baseball. Baseball's a new stat every day.
Yeah.
Fight for your life. Dun 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 dun.
Now, do we have the opening
ceremony?
Yeah.
The
Last Supper part.
Yeah. We don't have it. I'll get it.
Yeah, we got to see because they were ripping it down everywhere.
Yeah.
See if you can find it for me, lover.
Oh.
Thank you.
We can't play the testy though, right?
Well, it's
it's just a testy. What are you gonna do?
it's just a testy. I don't think you can.
I don't want to say it's just a testy because it's jarring to see a testy during the Olympics.
Walker was blown away watching it.
I guarantee you they won't make near as big about his nipple. That was more traumatic than the nipple deal. And
what, the testicle thing?
Yeah, and
it was around the world.
And nobody's making a big deal about the fucking testicle gimmick.
No, they are. No, people are mad. Bubba, people
not
are
like they were for the fucking Janet Jackson
Well,
gimmick.
they're more upset about like this, but mocking Christianity, even though they said they were reenacting some Greek thing. I don't know.
So give me that if you can.
Oh yeah, I'm looking for it.
Todd, as soon as we figure out how I can get bonus off YouTube views, we'll make it happen. What if I put pigmentation on YouTube and we put the food reviews on podcast only?
The food reviews are so visual.
We're trading franchises.
No, we're not doing that.
When it comes back.
Take the most visual thing we got, which is the food review, and make it an audio only. You fucking idiot.
I was just fucking joshing, all right? God, just because we said that you were going to be a bottom, dude, it's all good.
Listen, you're really getting on my nerves.
How?
How?
After the show, make sure to check out BubbaArmyHQ.com. It's all things Bubba 24/7. And now back to the BRN.
The ladies of the BRN podcast is up. Go get it. Heather Wiz, Maria Guatemala, the Merch Crick, a Phoebe Kicker, all engineered by Seth. And it's available wherever you get your podcasting. It's the newest one out, so go get it. I think all of us probably did everybody catch a little portion of the Olympics in some way, shape, or form?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Rhett, did you get a chance? Mach? I know you guys are in the edit bay right now.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Unfortunately, saw that guy's
balls
sack hanging out. Yeah.
That's why they keep cutting it out.
I guarantee you, nobody's going to get canceled over that ball hanging out.
But they took his ball. They took that ball
but like
out
I'm
of
saying,
him today.
French radio hosts aren't going to get canceled over that testicle hanging out. But when Janet Jackson flipped out her nipple for the Super Bowl, Rhett, when Janet Jackson flipped out her boob for the Super Bowl. It ended up being a crucifixion of shock jocks.
In the U.S.
In the United States of America, when Janet Jackson showed her nipple and what's been now deemed Nipplegate, they had congressional hearings about it, and Howard Stern, me, and the regular guys all got fired. They took a television issue and made it into a radio problem and turned it into, instead of $27,000 for every FCC violation, it's now $275,000 multiplied by however many affiliates you had. What I'm saying is her little nipple that was out for 1.1 seconds and the most TiVo'd thing in the history of television is not nearly as egregious or bad or shocking as a man's testicle that's hanging out on a stage that's probably as big as the Super Bowl globally, and it was
bigger,
and it happened. The incident happened in France. So is France having a bunch of congressional hearings and stuff? How obscene and bad this is. And subsequently, radio personalities in France will lose their jobs. That's how I got to that conclusion. I don't think they will. I don't even think they think it's that big a deal. I know they're trying to scrub it from the internet, but I don't even think that anybody's really that concerned about it. Janet Jackson nipple, my God, we had led by Kevin Upton of a congressperson from Michigan. Trust me, I know this case inside and out because it was about me. Janet Jackson shows one little nipple. It wasn't even a complete bare nipple. She had nipple jewelry. Mm-hmm. She had areola jewelry around it. And it was not a big deal. Next thing you know, we got congressional hearings on obscenity laws in America and how we're going to, and you know what? No television people got fired.
I know.
But radio people did.
It's ridiculous.
And so I got to think a man's balls hanging out while recreating
the longest I could find so far.
But while recreating a Last Supper deal,
a mockery, a distortion, an insult to Christians in the Last Supper. It was not just not recreating the Last Supper. It was ridiculous mocking of the Last Supper.
Right. Janet Jackson wasn't even trying to mock Jesus. She just wanted you to see her nice brown nipples. That's it. And so they're trying to scrub this, and this is the big hubbub of the Olympics.
This is just one portion of it, Bubba. You're not even appreciating how many other anti-Christian and satanic symbols were aired during this entire ceremony.
So, one, why do you think that happened?
Because there is a coordinated assault against religion and organized religion in modern society today.
And two, you don't think, or do you think that NBC had, I got to think, Seth, you being a programmer, I got to think that NBC is just not going to willy-nilly let the people that produced this pre-Olympic, ceremony, that I got to think that they either, one, helped produce it, two, produced it all together, or three, at least knew everything that was going to be shown on their airwaves.
Yes.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, because that happened. That was not live. I mean, that was all recorded.
Oh, okay. So then they absolutely knew.
Absolutely, 100%, and condoned it.
And why are people not flipped out on NBC right now?
They should be.
Because nobody cares about nothing.
No, they're mad at France, and they're mad at the guy that produced this whole thing. And he's saying he just wanted to make sure that everyone was represented. Apparently, Bubba,
is this for atheists?
Yeah, I'm not well cultured at all. But apparently, what people were saying online is that this is just another day in France when your ball's hanging out and there's a blue guy, jumping out of, a food thing that's singing to you. Apparently, this just happens all the time.
I don't see anyone representing me and Bubba in there.
Yeah, but here's the deal, man. It's being produced in France, so, when you're in France, you act like you're in France, right?
The French metal band Gojira did a live shot as another part of the opening ceremony, and that was actually really cool. To be honest with you.
I heard from somebody who saw the whole thing that the rock things that they did all around the stadium was actually one of the cool parts of it.
Yeah, it's been really well received, and it's kind of a big deal for a lot of the metal guys just because it's mainstream. You know what I mean? The entire world is watching it.
And maybe
I don't think the United States would ever put a metal band on a national stage like that ever.
They should.
We'd get stupid ass Taylor Swift.
I'd put a metal band on before I do a reenactment of The Last Supper.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, if I'm Johnny Programmer from NBC, I'm like, listen, man, metal's cool. Maybe do some gay stuff. That's cool. You know, try to represent all people, all ethnicities. But let's stay away from religion. That's an absolute no-win situation because religion in itself needs to, like, people are very, 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 they get very, very upset if you've offended them religiously. You can offend them otherwise, but when you start getting into the religion, people start getting really wonky on that.
Bubba, where are those iconic moments of, like, I feel like in my head I'm thinking of Muhammad Ali, like, you know, carrying the flame or the torch or whatever. I don't remember, like, a Broadway theatrical deal to open the Olympics that has really nothing to do with international sport whatsoever.
You're right. They've gotten away from the lighting of the torch and the ceremonies leading up to that. They've gotten away from that, and they've made it a freak show. You remember the neatest of all time, I don't know which Olympics this was, and it wasn't Muhammad Ali's where poor little guy had, you know, Parkinson's bad, and he had, I mean, it was, I felt bad for the guy. But remember when they took the archer?
Yeah, 92 or 2004 they did that.
Oh, when the archer,
it was awesome.
The archer came, and it was actually a pretty far shot, and he archered it up over into and it
was windy, too.
That was badass.
It looked like the flame was going to go out when they were trying to light the arrow, and it shot right over the cauldron, and it lit up. It was awesome. And to be honest with you, I have to give one prop. The French flame, the cauldron with the balloon that rose, was really cool. The rest of it was a clown show.
How about the beating of the drums? Was that cool?
That was in China, and they had like 2,000 people beating the drums simultaneously.
Year they did it, so 2016.
Oh, so that wasn't for this ceremony?
No,
it was the number of years. The year of it was like 2014. There's 2014 people, 2012, whatever. So they had 2,000 guys hitting the drums simultaneously, well coordinated. It was beautiful.
No, but that wasn't this Olympics.
No, that
was the Olympics before.
No, this is like 2,000 people beating the meat.
Right. Hold on. Now this is this is the portion. This is the portion of the Olympic ceremony that's drawing the most controversy, and it's because they're saying that it doesn't represent the Last Supper, but it really, really, really does kind of look like the art of Jesus' Last Supper. And it's
they were saying it was some sort of Greek thing.
Yeah, and they got like a 400 or 500 pound. Is that a transsexual? Is it a girl? Is it? I don't know.
There's a lot of different moving parts.
I don't know who portrays Jesus, and they may say they weren't trying to portray Jesus, but the whole thing looks like the Last Supper. And so here it is. I'll play it in its entirety. This is 1:23. This is the part of the opening ceremonies of the Olympics in Paris that's got everybody freaked out.
Okay, we're in.
His ball's out now.
Yeah,
his ball's out on purpose.
Are you talking about over here?
Yeah,
he pulled it out early.
So now did he pull it out?
Yeah,
because he knew he covered it up. If you look, I think it's like 6 seconds, 7 seconds.
Well, but like right there, it's not out.
Oh, it's out.
It's out.
Oh, it's out.
Yeah.
Okay,
and the ball guy is here, right? And you'll see a better shot of it later.
Full swing here, but there's always got to be a party.
No,
is this a famous French artist?
No. Let me just stop right here. Who's this? Who's Johnny Smurf Boy?
Good question.
And what does Johnny Smurf Boy represent? Now, she is supposed to be Jesus.
Cannibalism?
And I don't know.
And she's got like a halo behind her. She's absolutely supposed to be deified there. That's supposed to be like a halo behind her, like the Jesus halo in the picture of the Last Supper.
Send me a picture of the Last Supper immediately.
Yes, sir.
Must have the last metro to catch. He's playing.
Now, is he singing?
Yeah, I guess
We're lip syncing.
Part of the Greek god Dionysus, who loved a good party, wine, and good times.
This guy's penis. I'm sorry, it's not penis. His testicles are hanging out.
Times his speciality, but tonight it's calls to calm and sobriety and reflection as we reach the final stages of our.
Now and then, what is what is she commentating?
I don't know.
She's saying that he's the god of wine and festivities.
I think she's trying to describe it.
He's trying to say
I sent
who
you the
he
Last
is.
Supper, what Dr. Dan was talking about.
Did you see this woman with the beard all the way on the right?
Oh yeah, she's dancing later on in this.
Now, this is the Last Supper.
That's one picture. That's not the classic picture of the Last Supper.
Let me try to find me the class.
Yes, sir.
Try to find me the class.
But again, same thing behind his head.
That's what I look for.
Tell me when you got it.
It's
River pageant.
Is he singing in French? Is that why no one understands anything?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm uncomfortable.
I am too.
And who's the executive at NBC that said this was going to be okay for American television? This might be another day in France.
They must have skipped us during sound check.
Yeah, he must have had an important phone call.
Yeah, they're at the
This might work.
Secret Service meeting.
Listen, France is different than America. We're just different over here, and this doesn't work for us for the most part. Are you looking for it, Lummy?
Yes, I'm trying to find the one Dr. Dan needs because all of them say the same one I have.
Now this is the very, very end, isn't it? Isn't this like they don't go on to one of those metal rock bands? Like this is the end, right?
I don't know, Bubba. I'll be honest with you. Before there were any, beanbags hanging out or a blue man singing to me like this erotically, I just thought it was awful. Like after Lady Gaga, I asked Phoebe, what are we watching? I said, is this stupid? And she said, yeah. So I think I turned on Curb. Like I couldn't take it anymore.
Is this stupid? You get a validation and then you turn.
Yeah, she said yes. This is stupid because I
Because
couldn't get bored with things.
You didn't want to turn it if she was enjoying it.
Well, no, I mean I just wanted to make sure it wasn't just me. And
right.
Yeah, she confirmed.
When you got validation, she's like, this is dumb. Go to Larry David.
I'm out of here.
Does France not know that the majority of the world's not wired like them? Or maybe all of Europe is. Maybe we're the uptight ones. Maybe Americans are uptight and people from, the Middle East. And maybe like the uptight factor goes like the Middle East people are the most uptight. People from China are pretty uptight. People from North Korea are pretty uptight.
Bubba, you can see this on any gay corner in America. I just think it's the fact that it's the Olympics.
Right.
It's really throwing everybody off.
It's something that's so sacred as something that only, that the entire world celebrates, which is the Olympics.
Right. Like I can't imagine middle America or like, the Sudan, being a fan of any of that stuff.
I don't think this is what Dan envisions.
That's Da Vinci. I'm just going to keep sending you the same picture.
That's not the Da Vinci one.
No, Lummy. There's just one where the table's super long.
Looks just like that.
The first one I sent you.
No. It's not that one. It's bigger than that. Am I right, Dan?
Yes.
Okay.
It's much bigger than that.
It doesn't have a huge halo.
Lummy, you know the Bible front ways and back
and I'm
ways.
telling you, I kind of know, but I can't find it. I just sent you another one.
How do you not just type in the Last Supper?
Sponge.
Yes, this is it.
But it doesn't have the halo over it.
It doesn't matter. The halo's a non-factor. Dan, this is the picture that people think about for the most part. Am I not right? Or is this still wrong?
Yes, I'm not even sure if that's the right one, but that's one of the pictures, yes.
Yeah, this is the picture of the Last Supper.
Bubba, our clickbait today that Rhett made has the same pictures, has them together. The clickbait has the scene from the Olympics and the Last Supper together.
Well, Rhett, can you send it to me then? Because Lummy can't seem to find it.
Okay, I guess it's the same one, but all right.
I guess it's the same one, but all right. Okay, buddy, no big deal.
Yeah.
Nobody cares, okay? We're watching a blue man sing with a 500-pound Jesus and a man with his testicles who looks like Freddie Mercury.
Can I just say, by the way, I know women will say sometimes they don't know if their boob file's out and all that. So we know if a testie's out.
Yeah, we do.
We know.
Yeah.
Because I got to tell you, our testicles are real sensitive to air. So as soon as you get a little draft on that thing, you're like, whoa, I got my balls hanging out. And that'll happen to you sometimes. You'll be on your bike or something and a ball will flip out. And I swear to God, I don't care what color of man you are, what sexuality of man, you as a man have an unbelievable detection device on your balls. Like your balls are super sensitive and you within a half a second know your balls hanging out.
Yes.
I sent you the cover photo.
Thank you, Lummy. Do you think this might be the...
yeah, sure. I guess it's the same thing, but...
No. This is a much. See, Dan, this is exactly. It gives you comparisons. It gives you the France, what everybody has a problem with, and then it gives us the Last Supper gimmick. This is wonderful. Rhett, great job. Lummy, bad job.
I'm sorry. I was looking for the stupid Halo
I
band.
said,
Jesus.
Rhett, good job. Lummy, bad job. Say it.
Sure. Lummy, bad job.
No, you didn't
Rhett,
put the
good job.
Now, is she like got a DJ deck here? Is she like a DJ?
Yeah, she's a popular DJ.
Is that what she is?
What?
Is she really?
Is she
a DJ?
really? Is she really
a touring? Yeah,
she's a touring DJ.
She's a
bitch.
now
Probably
DJ.
makes like $5,000 a night for being fat.
Not after she eats.
I wonder when she DJs if she brings a blue guy and the ball hanger with her. Now, what's this? Some dad dancing with his daughter in like a Commodore's outfit?
Dude, there's so much weird stuff. Some of it doesn't make sense. Some of it is absolutely
None of it
specifically
makes-
designed to promote the satanic, anti-Christian narrative. And so that horse with the wings, the white horse, that has a lot of symbolism too. People aren't even talking about half of this stuff.
What white horse?
The white horse that went through over the water, then over the bridge, and then
When?
down the big hall right before they lit the torch.
Oh, I didn't
and
see
then was
that.
running with this like sort of they said
it
it was
AI?
No, it was a real horse. It was a mechanical horse on the water and then a real horse on the land. But there was also like they were saying it was Joan of Arc on top. It didn't look anything like Joan of Arc, and it was weird. The whole thing is weird, and it's.
Hold on, I want to hear Rhett. I want Rhett's cousin painted it. Rhett's, and it looks like to me, but is that his?
Yes.
Is that his testicles?
I think so.
Yeah.
And they thought they'd hide it with a
Body paint.
So now he doesn't need a microphone.
I'd like to know the words they're saying.
He needs a microphone.
Bruno Plooney. Let's see. Hold on.
I like how they match blue and orange.
Shh, let's try to hear what he says. Let me Tucson Bruno Tooney.
What does that mean?
Hey Alexa, what does Tucson Bruno Tooney mean in French?
I don't know that one.
Temperature up a little bit. Well, I mean, not a lot of people are happy about this. 500-pound DJ guy throwing his nuts out.
Dude, the nuts guy's got to pay, man. You can't do that.
Yeah, you can't. There's got to be some kind of fine there. NBC needs to be fined for letting a man expose his unpainted. Now listen, we'll go ahead and give you a pass on the blue testy because it was part of a costume deal. But because it just didn't scream. Hold on, the blue testy, Seth just didn't scream ball hang out right at you.
No, he just looked like a testicless Smurf.
He had it kayfabed up with some Christmas ornaments, but
right when he started to stand up, I saw him move a little bit, but it's okay. It still wasn't like the other one.
You could have, little Sethy, you could have, bamboozled her. That is just part of his outfit.
Yeah.
But when little Sammy goes, Daddy, why is that guy's balls hanging out?
Yeah.
I sent you the bearded woman dancing too.
Oh, this is God, man.
And I sent you the horse that Dr. Dan was talking about.
All right, well, listen, we got plenty of time. I'm actually pretty good on time right now. So this is the what's this Lummy here? That's
the horse Dr. Dan was talking about.
This is Dan's hot about this too.
Yeah. This is the mechanical horse on the water, which is
Now,
actually
Dan,
interesting looking.
So tell me, Dan, what your problem with this is.
I don't have a specific problem with it. It's just that they were saying it's Joan of Arc, but a lot of people are saying it's like the horse of the apocalypse.
It looks like the Tin Man that
I know,
got
it's a weird
horse.
outfit. It's not Joan of Arc.
Now, were they playing this on the screen within the stadium?
Was there even a stadium? It was all outside. It's weird. The whole thing was weird the way they've spread it out.
They didn't have a opening and close like where they do track and field.
No, it wasn't at a big stadium. It was all outside.
Outside where? In a field?
Well, like in front of the Eiffel Tower and in other places across the River Rhine.
Don't they usually have the ceremonies where they do all the track and field events?
Yes.
Usually.
That's where the ceremony usually is, and it wasn't. Maybe the closing ceremony will be there.
Yeah, because they've caught in so much crap.
Yeah, you need to fast forward though. There's a lot of this.
That's all that he said.
Well, there's also if you
they're scrubbing this whole thing, Doctor. I sent you the bearded woman. I mean, people are just clipping as much as they can.
Yeah, Dan, we can't quite. We're not the scrub nurse, and we cannot keep up with your demands. Okay, we can't. We're not the scrub nurse trying to hand you a 17 blade right now, followed by a 15 and some sutures. We're just trying to find it as fast as you can, so you can't be quite as demanding over here, my friend. We're very short-staffed.
Understood. Speaking of staffs.
What? Speaking of staffs, what?
I got Lummy as staff.
Did you steal that from Hogan?
No, I got you one.
You got? What are you talking about?
For the goats.
Oh, you did?
I bought him a
shepherd stick.
A shepherd staff. Yes, it's right here.
Oh,
Look,
Lummy.
can you see it?
No, I cannot.
Look up. Look up.
Hold on. Don't throw it.
I'm not throwing it. Here you go, buddy.
Lummy, that's old school. That's like an old school
Jesus Lummy.
Oh, yes.
I feel like
Lummy.
Better than the fat chick.
Lummy, you've got to, when you're out there taping, you got to have your shepherd stick.
Oh, I will.
Have to.
Now,
yes.
Dan, I think the shepherd stick, back in the day, they had a loop so that you could grab it, like you can get the neck
You can poke and grab.
You can herd your herd with that stick. Poke and grab. Lummy, before I play some more controversial stuff,
Yes.
as part of the Olympic opening ceremonies this year in Paris. So, Lummy, I got a couple pictures to send you. I let the goats out of the cage today.
Oh no!
I let the goats. So, Lummy, I got back from the hospital from was it either Saturday or Sunday? It was. I don't know what day it was, Lummy. I think it might have been Saturday. And the goats. I think you had just been there.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
And they were, anytime because I was coming over here to the studio to change cars out. And because I drove the Crown Vic to Ocala. And I like just keeping my smart car at my apartment. It's so much easier. So I'm changing out cars. And the goats are going like, "Mah," how they'll start, Especially if they recognize me and you. They don't recognize Seth that much because he doesn't go back there that much.
No.
But Rhett goes back there a lot. Macho. They recognize kind of us four.
Yeah.
And the
people
merch
go back
crib.
there, yeah.
And they hate Bella.
Well, of course.
So I didn't have Bella with me. And I'm over here hooking up battery chargers and things like that. And they're like kind of carrying on, like they want something. So I'm like, listen, Lummy didn't mow this grass because I guess
Tuesday.
Yeah.
Average show.
So we got this big ass patch of grass. And I'm like, you know what? I've seen Lummy unlock the door and they'll come out and eat the grass. And then Lummy says, come on, guys. And they'll literally follow them back in, in the pen.
Yeah, I did it on the goat Saturday on the goat report.
Like they listen.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I wonder if they'll do the same for me.
Hopefully, they did.
And they did.
Sweet.
Awesome.
So I'm gonna send you some pictures because I want you to send. I want to show you to them because Hootie went right for, the boards that you got leaned up against, and he climbed them.
Yeah,
I thought he was gonna jump. I thought he was gonna jump over them.
Yeah,
but there's some good oak trees over there, and I think that's like his. That's it. That's like his prime rib.
Yeah, I did it at the goat report. It was at 22 minutes. I sent you the link. Yeah, he's up on the boards and the fence. And I heard there was one time the fence guys next door that they're putting up that AAA
Can you
one.
imagine? They're probably those guys are all those fence guys are usually like to smoke some weed.
Can
you imagine they're all high and they look around? They're like, man, I think I saw a goat poking its head over the wall.
Yeah, they were. It was like right when I leave, and I heard them Spanish, but I heard them say goats. And I think they could see Hootie's little head.
I hope, Lummy, that they're not, sizing up our goats because I think Mexicans like goat.
Yeah. Goats and horses.
Lummy, I'm going to show the camera right now. Here's one picture of Hootie and Baby, and Hootie goes right for and climbs up there and starts eating all this stuff. And I'm just kind of sitting over by the cream machine, letting them do it.
Yeah.
So I did. So they're eating and eating and eating and eating. And finally like 15 or 20 minutes, I'm like, okay, I need to go home. I'm out of here. And I said, come on, boys. Hootie, Baby, come on. Come on.
And they listened.
And they went right in the gate.
Yeah, they know it's a little treat to be out there.
So I was afraid I was going to have to go get Bella. Because, Bella would get them.
Easy, yeah.
But they, and that area is pretty big. They could have gone over by the car lift. They could have played reindeer games where they just didn't go right in the gate. They could have been, because they know. They don't like me as much as they like you.
No, but they know now if they get out there, they sit that little spot and they can eat.
So they know, hey, if we behave, we can come out here in a little spot and get it. Boy, there's some nice grass for them, isn't there?
Yes, there is.
I'm almost thinking, do you think we could let them roam all morning long, or do they need to be attended?
Probably need to be attended.
Because don't they like to chew electrical cords?
Yeah, that's why maybe just attended.
And if they chewed an electrical cord, Dan, would it shock them?
It could easily, yes.
Kill them?
Could
kill them.
It would probably burn them, but not kill them.
Next thing you know, Lummy, we let them out there. They chewed 2 electrical cords. We go out there, and they were alive at 8, and at 8:45, they're dead.
Cooked.
Yeah.
Lummy, would you cry?
Oh, yeah. We'd probably have no power to the building and 2 goats dead.
No, we'd have power to the building, bitch. I promise you that.
And lamb chops.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
There's maybe a French chick. Oh.
This looks like some Game of Thrones shit, man.
Is that guy got a beard?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if it's a guy.
It's a guy.
That's a guy?
Yeah.
The guy's got a beard like Edge. That's Edge. That's Edge. Lita's gonna come in here in a minute.
Jesus Christ, man.
Hey, Edge used to do Thanksgiving at my house.
Adam Copeland?
Yep. And Christian. And Jericho. And Test. And who else?
Who's the
Albert. Remember Big Albert?
Prince Albert?
Yeah. Remember him?
Yeah.
He was a Tampa boy.
You had Trish, right?
No, I had fucking the one bitch it was with Clooney. The
hot blonde.
The hottest bitch ever.
Stacy Keibler.
Yeah, Stacy Keibler, because she was dating Test at the time.
Yeah.
So she came. Man, that one year, if I would have been videotaping that, can you imagine? So that one year, Seth, I had Christian, Edge, Jericho, Test, Stacy, Albert
Del Rio.
Hogan. I had all those.
Jesus, dude. You had a fucking Royal Rumble.
We did. And you know what they used to do? They said that they loved, this was before YouTube, they would go to these, and they would watch backyard wrestling. Like, that's what they loved to do, this real primitive, like people in their own backyards going off the roofs and stuff. Like, just kids. Oh, they fucking love that. Because it was so stiff.
Yeah, no, that would have been great though. I'm still sleepy. Euro meatloaf. What'd you do? Carve it up and then grind it? GR. Cut it off the cone? Or do they make round? No. Ground Euro. Perfect. Sweet.
Oh, thanks, Peter Hesterberg. Morning, Jay. Are they on there? Good morning, Berto Perez. I guess my joke wasn't funny when I said that he takes Steelers from Hogan. Hogan and his walking stick. Yoke him up.
Does he need Tommy John surgery?
No. Tommy. No. Do you know where Tommy John was from, where he played baseball?
Yep. Warsaw High, baby.
Nope.
That's right, Warsaw.
Nope. Terre Haute.
Warsaw High.
Terre Haute, Indiana.
Terre Haute.
Larry Bird played one game for the Sycamores. Did you know that? Let me?
Yeah, there's a picture of him.
Yeah.
With his cheesy mustache.
I think he went 1 for 3.
I'm afraid to say this name because I feel like we might talk about him for an hour, but there was something came out the other day that said Larry Bird is the greatest small forward of all time.
Well, I mean, you got Barkley. You got...
Well, it's just a debate. Like, would Barkley be a power back then? Like, he
was...
After the show, make sure to check out BubbaArmyHQ.com. It's all things Bubba 24/7. And now back to the BRN.
For those that watch or listen to the Monday after show starring all of us except Dan, we're going to have a hard 10-10 start today so that Seth can get out here, pick up his child, put on 14 Frank Thomas Big Hurt jerseys, and see Frank today at a local ABC liquor as Frank's promoting his new vodka.
Yes.
Yeah, the FT35. Seth, you get me a bottle, buddy?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, of course.
Give me that
How much is vodka? Is it like $100 a bottle?
No,
it's like $20.
It's like between 20 and 30 based on...
Okay.
Right, Lummy?
Yeah.
Like, what's a bottle of, like, was Grey Goose high end or low end?
Grey Goose considered high end.
That's high end?
Yeah.
How about, like, what other high end are there?
Stoli.
Stoli's a little bit lower than Grey Goose, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Grey Goose, and I can't think of the other one, but the Russian ones are usually, or they're France. The French ones are usually a little higher.
What's a bottle of Grey Goose? What's a bottle of Goose cost you? $31?
Yeah, $40 for a 750, probably like $70-$80 for 175.
What's Rot Gut vodka?
For 175, about $10.
No, name brand.
Oh, Skull. That's Rock Gut right
Skull?
there. Or whatever, like Pop Off.
Pop Off
from Russia.
Yeah, that's what. When I'm a bar owner, that would be our well. Would be Pop Off.
Well, a lot of people would just pour that into the Grey Goose bottles, and
yeah, well,
that's illegal. But still,
I didn't do that.
I didn't say you did.
Bubba, I got a call from ABC Liquor where Frank Thomas is going to be today about trying to get him on. Can I go give him a call back real quick?
Yeah.
All right, they just called me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe it's him.
Tell him we got 35 minutes, so we'd completely make any type of room for him as we can.
We got the after show too.
Oh, we got the after show too. Yeah. So we got basically from now till 10:40. Okay. Here's part of the Olympic opening day, opening celebrations that people are having a hard time with.
Yeah.
This is looks like it to be a man dressed up like a woman.
Well, from the back for the first time when I was watching it with Ashley and
So it's
Walker.
a woman.
I thought it was just a woman.
Woman that's got some nice, sexy thigh highs on. Then she turns around. She looks like Adam Copeland.
Kind of was a little scary.
She looks like Adam Copeland.
Oh man.
Formerly from the WWE, Edge. Right?
Yeah.
Here we go. Hold on. Let me see if I can get it going. All right. I had it. Here we go. That's a beard, by the way, for those scoring at home. It's a lumberjack of a man with long hair, blonde hair, dressed completely like a woman. Like there's nothing manly about this person's dress at all. In the rain, like Dirty Dancing the camera.
And that's their audio that's low. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, well, it's probably maybe a record. No, yeah, it's Turning Point, so they should have better audio. But But thing about it is like your target audience for the Olympics, I gotta think, is persons because my sister's into it just as much as I am, and so like probably persons 25 plus. Maybe even skewing a little bit older. I don't know that 25-year-olds even care about the Olympics, but that I feel like that they have targeted a lot of their programming to this younger freak generation that, quite frankly, probably not going to watch the Olympics. So they're not seeing this, and the only people that are seeing this are baby boomers and other people that think like, what happened to our Olympics that had a person, remember Lummy when they had it in LA, they'd had like they started the torch in New York and they ran it clear across America. Yeah. And it ended up with Muhammad Ali with the Sheikhs. I think that might have been in Atlanta.
Atlanta was 96.
And so, but it was this big torch across America, ended up in Atlanta. And then, one of the greatest athletes of all times, Muhammad Ali, lights it in 96. And boom, we got the Olympics. We've held them in 96 and 84, right? The last two times.
We had 32 also.
Well, 32, 84, and 96. And like who are they trying? Like, I mean, Seth wants to watch the Olympics. Phoebe wants to watch the Olympics. Little Sethy wants to watch the Olympics, but I don't think that this is appropriate at all. I'm not sure that it's not a woman with.
I think it's a woman with a beard.
With
on.
a beard.
Oh my!
The bearded lady that you see at the carnival.
That's right.
They got her finally. Like, listen, I know that you've been going carnival to carnival, but we got you a chance. We got a 21-second high spot on the Olympics. Pays more than you've ever made in one carnival ever. And who's from who? If I am the head of NBC, I'm like, who? Just tell me who approved this. Why would you on earth think that anybody that was watching any NBC product or Peacock or Paramount or whatever the hell it is would think that would be cool, would be great, would be epic Olympic? Was France just trying to be a bunch of French Fs?
What the guy said was they were trying to have everybody represented.
But not everybody is represented at the Olympics.
Well,
it's not. No, it's not. It's the best. It's absolutely 100% less than 1% of our global population. The fact that it's the best athletes that have trained so hard at their sport, probably since they were a child. And they've not been exposed to, nor do they care about the Last Supper being depicted by a 500-pound DJ with an African American dancing with its kid dressed up as the Commodores and a man's testicle hanging out, and then a blue guy whose one blue ball is kind of kayfabed with some Christmas decorations, and they're doing a Last Supper high spot. No. These people that are participating in these games that you're having a ceremony for are the most elite athletes in the world. Some countries don't send anybody because they don't qualify. Other countries only have like one athlete. I think Sudan has one swimmer or something.
There was a boat of refugees. Well, they were actually on boats when they were announcing everybody, but there was a refugee boat of Olympians.
No, there's actually
I don't even know how that works.
Hold on, there's a refugee division.
Yeah.
Meaning like if you were fleeing from your country to another country.
And you ran a 4.2.
And you were the 4.2 and you ran the last leg of the the refugee
500.
4x100. And yeah, you are fast because you know why? You're a refugee. You've been running your ass off, right? Yeah. So, but there is, honest to God, there is a refugee division. I saw it in biking. This guy's biking, and they're like, this guy here, and he looked kind of Asian, but he looked kind of black, but he looked kind of Jamaican. I don't know. And they're like, he is in the refugee department. division. He started out living in whatever country, and he was trying to get to another country. And since he hadn't been in the other country long enough to qualify to be a citizen, he's now in the refugee department. In fact, that's who I'm pulling for, the refugees. In the medal count, I want them to win a bunch.
There you go.
Do you think
Ladies and gentlemen, we got Australia at 5, we got America at 4, and the refugees, they're coming in with 3.
Hey, do you look at it like if you win a bronze or a silver, do you look at it as losing?
Yes, I do. I do, but they celebrate that. They're like, hey, it's part of the... man, silver and bronze are for losers. Right?
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm not... Unless
don't you feel like you go, all right, I know you're trying to win, but don't you go, I'm the second or the third best in the world?
All right, well, you know what? If you can make money being the second or third best in the world, go ahead.
You can make a good living off of silver.
I ain't putting you on my TV. Hi, we're at NBC, only showing the winners gold. No silver or bronze around here, buddy.
I just never had thought about it before until Pierce Morgan's like, I don't celebrate, second and third place. They're all losers, and I never even thought. I thought if you won a medal, you're happy you won a medal.
I'm with Pierce. Now they're saying that I got to tell you, Kevin Durant, I don't think gets near the. I don't know why. Is he a prick? Is he because he's bounced around a lot?
Maybe because he got his championships with Golden State and Steph Curry.
I'm just saying, he is good, and if you were to look at his body of work, what is he? Is he a power forward?
I mean, yeah.
And
I guess he's just he's
But he's also a center too.
Well,
if he really wanted to be.
He's the 7-foot guy that can handle the ball.
Right. He's the new mold of basketball players.
He's the easy money sniper.
And they're saying that he might be the best not necessarily the best basketball player ever, but the best Olympian basketball player ever based on statistics. I don't know, man. Michael Jordan was lighting them up in 92.
Yeah, but he just played in one. Durant, I think this is his third or fourth
This
Olympics.
is his fourth. Yeah, this is his fourth.
Okay.
Well, I think Jordan played in 2. I think he played his 84.
And poor Larry, 92 was his last year in the league, and so he didn't really have that good of Olympics because he was in so much pain. And remember, the team would be practicing, and he'd be over there laying flat because he had to. The only thing that would relieve him would be to literally lay on your stomach flat. That would be the only time he wouldn't be in excruciating pain. I don't think Larry had that many. I don't think he really had that many Olympic highlights in 92. I think it was pretty much Michael and Magic and was
Chris Mullin.
Was Shaq on the team?
No.
David Robinson, David Robinson and Ewing.
Yeah.
And I think Barkley had a good Olympics.
Yeah, he did. That's Larry Bird's fault.
Now what's that?
It's Larry Bird's fault.
No, it's not Larry
He
Bird's
was being
fault.
cheap. He wouldn't have hurt his back if he wasn't moving rock for his mom or whatever.
I know, he was actually shoveling rock out of a pickup truck onto a driveway, and he could have paid like $200 extra to have the dump truck do it. And he's like, nah, man, I need to work out. And he blowed out his back.
Yeah.
These are like Kevin Durant Olympic highlights. And
he came off the bench yesterday.
He's 7 foot, isn't he?
Yeah.
Watch his stroke. This is so effing money. This is textbook grab and shoot. Check this out. Man, that's pretty, isn't it?
So you know what Phoebe said? Phoebe said, she goes, are the girls playing the Olympics? I go, yeah. She said, is Caitlin Clark on the team? I go, you would know if they were playing if Caitlin Clark was on the team.
Yep. And did you see where that coach now, the South Carolina?
Dawn Staley.
She was a part of the picking committee, and now she's came out and said, having known what we know now, that we probably should have put Caitlin Clark on. And listen, if I was NBC, that's who I would be the most mad at. If I was NBC, I'd have a ton of heat with the selection committee saying, do you know what? I mean, our ratings are already good, but Caitlin Clark's packing out NBA arenas when the year before the average attendant for an WNBA basketball was like 3,400.
I think it's good though, Bubba. I mean, look, she wouldn't be starting. I mean, Jason Tatum, one of the best basketball players in the world, won a championship with the Celtics this year. Didn't even play yesterday. Steve Kerr did not even play this man. So I don't think Caitlin Clark would have played that much. There would be this huge outrage. So let's wait 4 years when she's a starter. Angel Reese will be a starter. Paige Beckers will be a starter. Like there's gonna be, and then she'll be, Mrs. America when she finally goes in 4 years.
Lummy, do you know how athletic of a move is to catch the ball on the run, shoot it before you've even? Oh my God!
Yeah.
This is unbelievable.
That flick
Right here, ready? Coming off a pick, bam, buddy. You can't even defend that.
I thought Serbia was going to win because they had Joker, but he wasn't enough.
Lummy, this is
the runners.
Yeah. I need. Whoa. I think this is all the nice ass shots.
Yeah, from 2022.
And now, what's that?
From
is this from 2022?
Yeah.
Better.
Oh, is it?
And
now Trek hasn't started yet.
What?
Trek hasn't started yet. I don't believe.
Medal she craves. The one she was so close.
What is this guy doing?
Look at that.
And now
This guy
she
knows
has the
now.
gold medal she craves. The one.
Look at that. That is hot.
How'd this slip under the radar a couple
She was
years
so
ago?
close to getting in the 105. Better.
Man, so my mom was telling me that, man, Bubba, you're missing the synchronized diving team because these girls got nice asses, and whoever made their uniforms for their swimming suits really letting the ass hang out.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God.
They got him in college too now.
Lummy, is this this is the 500-pound DJ that was playing Jesus that's catching? Now, is she rolling around France like she's all that? Like, is she all? I mean, I guess at the end of the day, man, if you play Jesus in the opening ceremonies of the Olympics, I guess that, I mean, if I was to be on it, that kind of does make you all that, doesn't it?
Kind of.
I mean, Seth?
I'm sure she's going to be book solid for a while.
This really makes me depressed. I'm trying so hard to.
She's Jewish, though, so my mom would give me permission to get up on it.
Really?
Yeah.
Would at least go, now, Seth, if anything would ever happen between you and Phoebes, I would definitely be okay with her.
Yes.
She's a Jewish gal.
I don't know why my mom sounds like Tuttle, but yes, she would definitely be okay with me dry humping that woman.
Make sure you invite her to Yom Kippur.
Of course.
And Larry would have liked to have her at the bar mitzvah. She probably could have set that stiff rabbi straight down there in downtown Tampa. We would have had her rolled up in here.
Barbara Bush.
See, like, here's what pisses me off. This bitch rolls around like she's all that. This bitch ain't got no talent other than eating.
You've never seen her spin, though, Bubba.
Listen, I don't even believe in Jesus, and it makes me mad that she played Jesus. I want Jesus to look like Jesus needs to be a cool surfer dude.
Barbara Bush is a LGBTQ activist and French DJ.
Oh my God!
I think this might be the ISO of the testicle.
Oh, no, they're just excited that she's on.
If France is this liberal, listen, I don't have a problem with any of this.
We got the Olympics in 4 years, Bubba. We can get naked and naughty, too, you know.
We have it in San Francisco?
I think it's L.A.
It's L.A.
Okay.
So, I mean,
But
yeah.
I'm just saying, like, I have nothing against the people and their lifestyle that they choose, and if she wants to roll around as a 500-pound gay DJ, that she has every right to. I have no right to criticize her at all. That's her right to. What in the hell?
Is that her DJing?
I don't know. Where did that come up from?
I got short-circuited.
God, it did.
Macho said she only has 2,000 followers on SoundCloud. And I just sent you a video of her mixed marathon.
No, I'm like, where did that sound just come from? Was it from my internet pot? My Lord, that kid scared the hell out of me.
Bubba, would you pay for her to come down and spin for a $199?
But hold on. Seth, I sent a video. She really gets the crowd hyped, man.
Let me show. Listen, here's what I'm saying. I got to go to words. I don't have a problem with this girl rolling around life doing what she's doing. I have a problem with this woman being depicted as Jesus in a Last Supper gimmick for the opening ceremonies of the most global event there is, the Olympics. I got that problem. I think that they could have picked a far, just make it more about sports and more about, the history of the Olympics than making you know what? The drag queen 500-pound lesbian DJ history of the Olympics has never been prevalent until you made it prevalent this past Olympics. Up until this point, nobody's ever discussed this community. Nobody has ever had ceremonies directed to this community. And I think that the opening ceremonies need to be more about the countries, the athletes, the history, and the heritage of the games that have been going around since what now, the 1800s?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, before time, Jim Thorpe.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
God damn, that fucking sound scared the shit out of me.
Yeah, it did.
It hurt my ears.
I'm rattled.
Macho's upset she's called a DJ.
Macho looked her up on SoundCloud.
I mean,
that was the torch. That was why I resent you the Barbara Butch. I'll send it again.
Okay, I got
that was when the torch that you and Dr. Dan were talking about.
I mean, that doesn't look like a very big crowd to me.
I was being sarcastic. But this is her big Barbara Butch.
Okay, this looks. Anna can draw more than this.
That's who they picked.
Maybe she just needed a big break.
We need to get covers for those mic processors.
Well, I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
We need to get covers for those mic processors. Somebody bumped the knob, and my game.
You guys, you literally get. I mean,
I'm sorry. That's why I didn't turn it back on again. I turned everything down. Can you fade my fader down and get a level? We'll get a level real quick while we're in break.
But
we can do it after the show.
What did that come from?
The game was the expansion gate was wide open, and the gain was high.
Who keeps touching all this shit?
It's legs. So I'll send you some cover things from the.
Some what?
Some rack covers so we can cover them up.
That sound killed me.
Oh, I watched Simone Biles too.
She's cute.
Seth, you could really bring this chick home.
What did the ABC about?
I don't know. Probably not. I don't know.
What did ABC say about?
Oh yeah, they were. They had no idea that I had inquired about an interview. She was just calling me because they just gave her the information, but she just told me that if I get there early to ask her, and she'll put me right in front.
All right, cool. Did we do the Todd Stoltz, Lummy?
Yes, we did.
All right. Well, at least she is.
Well, she said save my number, so we're going to be doing more stuff with it. So
okay, good.
Yeah.
Great. Great hookup or connection.
Well, I'll network with the drunkards. I'll be all up in that ABC.
God damn, I still got a headache from that fucking.
I am a real American. Dude, Hogan's gonna be so hot 4 years from now, he can rip off his fucking shirt in LA as the opening ceremonies.
Oh, there you go.
And then we'll probably be ripping pants off by then.
Maybe his gold hammock, the little gold panties.
His gold pubis bush?
That's right.
Fight for your right!
Oh, she made a short film, extra large.
God, I got a fucking headache because I wear my headphones so loud. Fuck.
You okay? You need some
Oh,
Tylenol?
that fucking sound just.
When it comes crashing down and it hurts inside. What up, Chris?
No.
What's up, JR? I saw you're in town. Let me know your schedule. I am a real American.
We never had.
What up, iced tea?
I don't know what the fuck they're doing back there.
It's 9:48 already? Holy fuck.
But, I mean, we never had shit like that. We always are having some kind of.
Yeah.
Are they back there just fucking jump roping or what?
My Macho said it was.
God, literally, I have a fucking absolute splitting headache from that. Did it come through your headphones?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. What up, Felix?
Oh, shit.
You got Bubba live now. If you go through withdrawals later,
Easy fix.
get your fix at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Now back to the BRN.
Lummy, we want to be intellectually honest. I think first one of the day.
I think so.
And the 500-pound club DJ that was part of the opening ceremonies for this year's Olympics, that was, some people were saying, with a halo.
She didn't even put a ball out, though, Bubba. Like, I mean, I think she was the least of the issues.
Well, I think that anybody that depicts himself as Jesus potentially is under public scrutiny.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a pretty, whether your religion believes in him or not.
No,
you know that your religion believes that he existed, and so if he's depicted in any way, shape, or form, it should be Jesus-like.
Listen, I'm not into issues with or making fun of any religion at all. I support that. With her though, I mean, I blame the production manager. I blame like the person who put it together, not necessarily her.
I found it. She did a short film called Extra Large, and she got naked in it. It's on YouTube, which I'm still confused on how.
Yeah, well, I'm not doing that.
No.
So we wanted to be honest by saying, well, we've been told that this 500-pound LGBTQITPPQ2TZ girl, she's a lesbian. I have no problem with any of that. But let's not have our DJ setup as part of our closing ceremonies resemble anything to do with anything religiously. And people are saying that this resembled or was modeled or was mocking the Last Supper with Jesus Christ, and that she was in the same position that Jesus Christ was in. So people are assuming that they might have been mocking Christianity by putting a 500-pound DJ. Now, we're like, okay, maybe she's like, Skrillex, or, she's like super popular. We don't know about her, right?
Yeah.
So that might make more sense, I guess. So we went to see what type of crowd, Lummy just typed in, Barbara Batch or
Barbara Butch.
Barbara Butch. And we wanted to, like Lummy, if you got some footage and she's like, looks like she's one of those Tomorrowland DJs and she's got like 45,000 people raging, and you're like, okay, all right,
cool.
We got it all wrong. This is Barbara Batch. This is the crowd that comes to the Barbara Batch DJ sessions.
Butch, une jeune DJ qui mixe un peu partout dans le monde entier.
To me, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 27 people with staff.
It might be a private event.
Et aujourd'hui, on l'a fait venir ici sur la terrasse de Fun pour le mix marathon. Alors comme c'est l'été, comme c'est le soleil, c'est la plage, ça a fait de la musique et on mixe ici en direct. On va démarrer avec un son assez spécial. C'est Brigitte Bardot, La Madrague, mais en version.
Here we go. Here we go. Lummy, she's got her little bubble machine going on there.
Oh, yeah.
She's going to do a mix right now. Lummy, type in Tomorrowland EDM or whatever. Just type in Tomorrowland EDM and send me some footage of, like, what real
DJs look like.
Yeah, like the crowd. They'll have like 60,000 people. Have you ever seen it when they used to have it over by the stadium? They'd have 30, 40, 50,000 people.
It's like Skrillex, right? And David Guetta.
Chain smokers, you know, those kind of guys. Look at her. This is the woman that was part of the, she's supposedly the greatest DJ in all of France.
We should be attacking the guy that let us Testy hang out, man.
What's that?
The guy that let us Testy hang out. We should be finding what that guy does with his free
He's
time.
in Japan. He's like an actor or something. All right.
French music sucks.
So
she lost everybody in the crowd.
Oh yeah, she lost the girls turned to each other and be like, man, I heard the other place on the road was hopping a little bit. Obviously it's fat ass spin. Here we go. Yeah, there we go.
Oh yeah.
Man, we need to, and this is part of some kind of radio promotion. Seth, see it?
Oh yeah.
So she's like the DJ. I want to like maybe the top 40 EDM radio station over there. So this bitch is over. She's like Matt the Brat.
She got her big break.
She's like Lemmy Stan Priest and Matt the Brat back at Makos. Man, if sucky stuff is well received in France, Lummy, we can't get to France fast enough.
Let's go.
Or maybe they would think we were too.
They like. It looks like they like bigger people.
Hold on, this is.
Jeez.
Yeah, I was watching this on pay-per-view. Look, Seth, I want you to just look at the set.
No, that's incredible.
This is I think in Macho. I'm afraid to turn your mic on.
It's 2023 one.
Is this Vegas?
No, this is is this Denmark or where are these at? These are in
check Belgium. It's too loud. Sorry.
Christ.
Belgium.
Yeah.
Mach, why do we have such big problems with your microphones? We never used to. Are you doing something different?
I sent you the list for the covers, but I also will just move the processor somewhere.
I mean, I literally have you. Like, we're going to have to do checks on you because you are way hot right now.
Just turn it down more. Is that better?
Give me a check.
Mic check 1 2.
All right, let's keep it right there. That's perfect. All right. This is like in Belgium, Seth. Like, this is. Wait till you see this. Wait till you see this set.
Yeah, it's a little different.
Waterfalls. No, but I mean, look at this crowd.
Yeah, you got to be on ecstasy, right?
Oh, I'd love to go there and be on. I've never been on X, but I want to go. I mean, look at this. Can you imagine? Just being high, I'd be like, whoa.
She's high.
Let's get it going here. Look at that. I mean, Seth, is this unbelievable? Look at this. Macho Man, like what does that like 10, 15, 20 million dollar set? Like, is it something like that? More, maybe?
More than that. It's like EDC Orlando is like maybe a quarter of that stage. So that's a huge stage.
Look at it. Would you want to go to this?
Absolutely.
Yeah, look at this. Hell yeah. Sounds like I'm not even into EDM, but I'll take some mushrooms and go to this.
This music is atrocious, but I would love to experiment and be there.
You could not be sober and be here. You'd be miserable. You got to be hopped up on all of it. Molly, mushrooms. You got to hang out with Mitch in order to go to this thing. Look, now hold on. Seth, look at that crowd. Hold on. Look. When they turn the lights on here, hold on. My God. And Mach, what is it, $100 a person to get in there for the weekend?
The production budget's $190 million.
So like what would a ticket cost for the weekend? $500?
Yeah, I think so.
500. Wow. We don't have anything like that over here, do we?
We got the Sphere.
They tried outside of Atlanta, but the high school kids ruined it.
We do got the Sphere. They got to build an EDM deal around the Sphere.
EDC Vegas is the closest you can get.
What?
EDC Vegas is as close as you can get in the state.
Right here. When they did the whole live show. Hold on. Look. You got all these people. My Lord. I kind of want to go to one.
You would not last forced. Do you imagine where these people had to park, Bubba?
You know what? You got to make it
probably
interesting.
somewhere else in Europe.
It's in Belgium, but we got to park in Denmark to go over there and take a shuttle.
You think the Uber drops off right in front of the castle?
Oh, yeah. 10:10. Hard start time for the after show. 10:10. Ladies of the VRN is available for your podcasting download pleasure. Go get it wherever you get your podcasts. We'll see you in about 12 minutes.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge.
Co-host and show historian, Lummit.
Co-host Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council.
Co-host J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Rhett, the Filthy Ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The VRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.